Hi and good morning. Welcome to the very first day of the Big Wool Show. It's Chantel here from the Big Wool Show team. We've got an exciting morning and afternoon of guest speakers to come in and hang out and chat. If you would like to ask questions, make sure you either jump in here into the StreamYard chat if you can, or if you jump over onto onto YouTube, you need to make sure you are logged in, and then you can ask all sorts of questions. So let's get started. Today, first of all, we have Tanya at Yarn Trader. She's holding steady outside in the freezing, so let's get her added to the stream. Hey Tanya, how are you going?
Good morning, guys, and welcome to chilly old Adelaide. And I thought we'd walk you into the store this morning so you can see what
we are getting a tour.
You are. So this is our lovely store.
Fantastic.
We were built in 1883, and we have a secret cellar underneath us as well with secret tunnels. And I thought
a secret cellar.
Yeah. With secret tunnels as well. But I thought I'd start showing you.
Oh my gosh, I need to see that.
That is the rather lovely.
Start with the yarn. Let's start with the pretties.
Let's start with the yarn. So we this week became the first stockist outside of the UK of Countess Ablaze. So we were her second ever store that she sent anything to. And this is a unique rebel batch that she did for us called Not All Heroes Wear Capes. And it's inspired by all the essential workers that have shown up over the last 6 months. So there's fantastic ones like Jackson, 16, Student, and Supermarket Shelf Stacker, and wonderful names. And,
they're fantastic names.
And this is Scott, Teacher and TikTok Star. So we were very delighted to get this right of colour when it came into us. So yeah, so very lucky to have that. It really brightens up our day. And we also stock some local yarns. So we've got some beautiful self-striping from Cola Girl Collective, who also works with us here in the store and is one of the store holders this weekend. So we really recommend you go out and check all the lovelies on her store as well.
Okay.
And we're just going to keep moving on.
Yeah.
And we're going to show you what we've been up to. And I want to introduce you to someone very special in our store. This is Baz.
Hello.
Baz is one of our key people. He looks after our men's knitting group and looks after all our virtual Zoom knitting groups that we have. And he's agreed to be my kind of person that shows things today. Feeling very like it's The Price is Right.
That's awesome.
I thought I'd take you through some of the things that we've been dyeing up in our own studio here at Yarn Trader, because we have a great big studio space. And as if we haven't got enough to do, we like to play around in there as well. So we've been posting a lot over, I think yesterday, of some sparkling sets that we've been putting up together. My son came up with most of the names for these, which we have to thank him for. So Baz is showing at the moment.
Good job, Baz.
It is. Yeah, you could win this if you guess correctly. He's showing Aquaman's pants, which my son maintained looked exactly the same colour as Aquaman's pants, which meant I had to go and have a look at Aquaman's pants. But that's a whole other side issue. And this is Green Budgie, because he said it looked like a green budgie. Yeah. And this was a bit of a chicken and the egg exercise. He set me a name that had to happen called Unicorn Paddock, and that's Unicorn Paddock.
Okay.
So they're lovely little sock sets. They've got sparkles in them, which I think at this point in time we all need a little bit more sparkle in our lives.
We do, definitely. Love it. I love how your son has just gotten in there and it's just like, okay, Mum, we're doing a thing and it's this, and you're just going to do it.
Well, to be honest, he's 7 and he's in charge of our window displays. He has a vision and we are not allowed to interfere with the vision or change the vision after it happens. Yeah. you know, and he demands payment as well, which I've got to admire him for that one.
Well, I mean, you know, you've got to respect their entrepreneurial spirit. Mine's 15, and when she was about 10, she dyed some yarn and demanded payment for her yarn, and yeah, so it was one of those things where I was like, you know what, I understand it. You should be paid for your work, even at 10. Yeah,
absolutely. My one at 7 is demanding that he gets the award value as well, which I find quite amusing.
Oh no, mine got a per piece rate.
So yeah, so we've got these lovely little sock sets going on, and let's come in a little bit more because we like to I get kind of inspired by doing colours and groups that'll work together. So I wanted to introduce you to kind of our kind of pinkies section. And we've got 3 lovely little yarns here. The one on the right is called Truffle Shuffle, which, if you know your Goonies,
I'm loving your name so much.
It comes from there. The one to the left of it is Sweet Pea, which is a huge favourite. And as you can probably tell by the accent, I'm a bit English. And it reminds me of sweet peas at home. And the one on the end is called Crazy 8, which, again, if you know your Kill Bill, it's in there as well. So those would make a lovely little combination together, those 3, or any combination of the 2. So also coming on is a new colour launching today for us, which is Bright Star, which comes from the poem, which we rather like, which was one of the most beautiful loves poems ever written. Aww. And I watched the movie the other week and got
What's it called? So Bright Star.
Bright Star.
Aww.
So yeah, so that was a little bit of some of our new colorways coming up, and if I come down a little bit, you can see that the pinks seem to have dominated in this session as well.
Yeah. So we get into moods, don't we, when we're dyeing? It's kind of like into a color.
I'm kind of feeling as winter, we start to see the first bits of spring, and it's been an interesting first 6 months of the year that I think we need a bit more color in our lives. So this one here is Sherbet Fizz.
Yeah.
Which I somehow couldn't resist putting lime green in there as well. And we've paired up Sherbet Fizz with an old favourite, which is called You Make My Tongue Loose.
Oh, these names are fantastic.
Oh, well, we get inspired by all sorts of stuff. And this one is another brand new one for us, and it's called Bazia, which was the name of it was the name of a cat I had once upon a time. It kind of reminded me of her. So yeah, those little 3 together would make something quite fun.
They would be gorgeous, all 3 of them together.
Absolutely. Well, I like them. I might not let them go.
And isn't that like a real problem? Like you dye up colours and you're like, but I want them.
But I want them all.
I want them a lot.
Mine. I had the same issue with Countess Ablaze coming in. I found it very hard to start letting that go.
Oh, I can imagine. Her yarn colours look phenomenal.
They are absolutely. And then kind of matching up a little bit in the theme of things, we've got You Are the Bluest Light.
Oh.
And we kind of paired this one up with Electric City. So perhaps if you've seen some things about us on Instagram, that's a kind of classic combination that we like to show out a lot.
Yeah.
But I kind of think as well, those 2 would go rather lovely together.
Oh, I think that I have to agree with you a lot. I think that would be glorious. I like how he just moved it back. He's like, no.
I know.
Like, we don't even get
to tell me off now.
Worrying at the colour combinations.
He says, no, I like it that way.
I like it in their separate files. Tanya, I'm just trying to make it so you're the bigger picture, and I am struggling. So if it switches around and stuff, please don't be, put off or anything like that.
No worries.
Because I'm just trying to make it so you're the bigger picture at the moment. So, hang on, there's solo layout. There you go.
Hey, there you go.
There we go. And if I do this, no, it still puts me the bigger picture. Ah, that's annoying. I don't want that. All right, there you go. I'll just talk and you can have all the picture because we need to see everything up close.
Because there's so much yarn to have a look at.
Oh, so much yarn.
And hiding up in the top corner, we have a little favorite of ours, which is Culpeper, which I kind of love those kind of greens, the
Yeah,
kind of
they're
more
beautiful.
herby greens.
Yeah.
So we named that one after the great physic gardener, Culpeper. It just reminded me of him. So we're going to move on a little bit now and have a little look at some double sock blanks that we've been dyeing up as well.
Oh, lovely.
And Baz is going to unroll one so we can talk. So I think sock blanks
Baz doesn't like that. He needs it exactly so, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty good, isn't he?
Oh, look at this. So when you say double sock blanks, you've held 2 strands together.
Yeah.
So that you can knit 2 socks at a time, so they're pretty well identical. Is that right?
Absolutely. It's one of the only ways that you're ever going to get matching hand-dyed socks.
That is the truth. Now, I do have a question. Do you cut yours at the end so it's 2 separate strands, or is it curled at the end so if you have a bit left over, you can utilize it all in one piece?
You can utilize it all in one piece, but this one's better off done as 2 separate 50 grams knit up. And we're very nice as well, is I put the little ties in as well so that they don't unravel on you.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's...
And the colour. It's nearly like you've had a massive party and someone dropped the Bordeaux.
Yeah, it's great. And that's the one thing I really love about sock blanks is that you can get kind of gradients and changes of color on them that you'd never be able to get if you dyed in the skein.
Absolutely.
And the good thing about them as well is there's no winding, so you can knit directly from them.
Yeah, I like that about sock blanks myself, actually.
Absolutely. So we've got to...
Come on, mate, you've got to put the tag back on now.
Yeah, like Baz, get the tag
on. Sorry, I'm very cheeky. I know.
And while we are talking about sock knitting, we also just got a big delivery in of the wonderful Bryson sock blockers as well, which are absolutely fantastic for...
They really are. They look gorgeous.
Yarn. Yeah, because they're one of the few ones that you can actually hang up. And because they've got an open design, it allows things just to dry a bit easier.
Yeah.
So having a quick look at the sock blanks, we've got some various different colours for you. My hostess will carry on with these little jobs. So we've got some aquas, some purples, and some lighter spring colours as well.
They look fantastic.
So coming on from sock blanks. Let's talk minis.
I'm not sure if you can see the messages that are popping up, but Janet Haas has said, hello, Tanya, and she's looking forward.
Well, hello, Janet. I happen to know that you're watching us all the way from Detroit. So I think it might be good afternoon to you over there.
It might well be. Can I ask a question, Tanya? Can you see the little messages that are popping up?
I can indeed.
Oh, good.
Absolutely.
No, that's good. I was just double checking. This side of the software is a dash new for me. I've been on your end of it before, but not on my end of it before.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll be fine.
Bella Shepparton saying that she's never knit on a sock blank before and it's on their to-do list. Belle, I would say get your hands on one of these double sock blanks because it'll make it so you get the pair of socks together. No second sock syndrome happening for you.
No, 2 at a time, toe up socks, super easy.
Absolutely.
And I've got to tell Baz that Brigitte says you're looking good.
Looking good, Baz. Looking good.
Wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about some of the mini sets that we've been
please.
up
They look
to.
amazing, all hanked up together.
I have to say mini sets are my first love. I love doing that, variations on a theme around certain colours. So one of the new ones coming out this weekend is our softs, which I got it kind of inspired by that more pastely palette. But we've got some old favourites as well, which is our Room with a View collection. Which we do have these as individual yarns as well. And they're all named after characters, well, actresses who play characters in A Room with a View. And the crazy purple always has to be Helena after Helena Bonham Carter. And then we have the Orchid collection, which is soft greens.
Can I pause you just for a second? We have an excellent question. What is your sock yarn content? And do you ever make 150-gram sock blanks?
Yeah. Okay, so for our sock yarn content, it's typically for us a 75-25 mix of superwash nylon, 25%, 75% superwash merino. I've only had one coffee today, I'd like to say that.
Yes, okay.
And 25% nylon. In terms of 150-gram sock blank, I can't say I've ever done that one yet. My temptation would probably be to add some minis in to 100-gram. Might be a solution to that. But I'm going to go and have a look at see if you can do 150-gram ones.
That might be something fun to play with.
It might be.
Sorry, you can keep going with those beautiful minis.
Oh, with the minis coming down the front, we have For the Roses, which is not that one, Barry. He's been pretty good to that. So this one,
can't fire him.
Yeah, it's inspired by an English rose garden. But it's also For the Roses, if you know your Game of Thrones, is one of the mottos of one of the houses in Game of Thrones. And then
I actually didn't do Game of Thrones, if I'm going to be truthful right now. It's the shame of my family.
One day it'll get you.
One day.
And then we have just some fun brights as well. And then coming up the back, we have another little fun one based on aquas, which is called Swamp Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, another character from a book. And some more just showing the brights and the various other ones we've got. So
can I ask, on the row where you've got Swamp Witch?
Yes.
Can you point to Swamp Witch again, just so that I can get a sort of, that's the blues? Yes. Oh, the one next to it. And see that bright blue there? What is that? Just on the other side of that, sorry. I just could see beautiful blue. What's that beautiful blue?
That beautiful blue is called Electric City.
Oh, that is glorious. It's absolutely glorious. Sorry, I get sidetracked. I'm sorry. I'm very bad at this. I should be very careful. I'm like, can you just zoom in on the one I like?
I like that one. I want to look at it.
That's beautiful. So you've got so many amazing yarns, honestly.
We haven't shown you the rest of the shop.
This is going to be very dangerous. I don't know about for those of you that are viewing this, but my husband is scared today. Anyway, sorry, Tanya, to derail you.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I think I'll probably get a bit of a move on and show you some other new colours that we've got debuting today. So this one is Alia.
That's beautiful.
All soft purples. I felt nudged to suddenly start dyeing up purples. And this is Shiraz, because we're up here surrounded by 5 of the world's best wine regions. So Shiraz does feature a lot in our lives.
It is an important part of life.
It is. Life's too short to drink bad Shiraz. Lovely. And Baz is showing off something a bit strange that came out of our studio the other week. I don't know what took me over. But this one's called Laughing in Technicolor. And we've paired it up with a solid black that we do that is called, well, inspired by 2020. It's called Black Humor Helps.
That is an awesome name. Absolutely.
So I'm conscious that we're kind of starting to run out of time. So I'm going to move us on a little bit.
You're okay. You've got a bit of time to go, so don't panic.
Take you to the world of blues. So here's one I made earlier. So this is a range we've been working on. It's called the Castaway range of colours. And I've knitted it up here, Chevron Shenanigans by Stephen West, to show how these colours work in combination with each other. So we've got everything, we've got it on the 4-ply. So we have the lovely solid blue, which is Caspian, and then some speckles, and then some variegated colours as well. And in terms of the Stephen West, I used 5 of those to put them all together. But also just because we've been focusing a little bit on sock yarn so far, so I thought we'd mention that we also have a lot of these colourways available on 8-ply.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So if you fancy a nice snuggly sweater, you can absolutely get your hands on these lovely colorways in that as well. And because you might gather that I do have a fondness for blues, we've also done up some little mini sets as well, using the Castaway colors.
That's gorgeous. Look at those. They're so sandstony.
Yeah,
and that blue is beautiful.
Yeah, very much inspired by the beach. In fact, the whole Castaway range is inspired by Robinson Crusoe.
Wow, it's perfect.
So that's a little bit there. If anyone's got any questions about that, let us know. Happy to be answering. We could do a little bit more quick tour of the store if people would like. But I will go on and mention some stuff that's pretty unique to us as well.
For sure.
We do stock our own range of yarn bags that we get printed. And this one is, if I can't bring my knitting, I'm not coming. I'm going to make Baz work hard here. Personal favourite of mine, which is today's forecast, is knitting with a strong chance of ditching. We also have a crochet version of that one as well. One that we all are, which is Yarnosaurus.
Bronwyn Douglas has a question for you. She is wanting to know how many skeins are dyed together for sweater quantities.
Yeah, typically I usually put 5 in a pot together, but the dye mix I usually make up enough for 10 and do 10 over 2 pots. So really,
they should be pretty good.
Yeah, really, we look at those 10 being the same batch.
Yeah, awesome.
So we got some more bags. Baz is showing there some larger ones with the knitting one, because let's face it, we're all going to come out this weekend with far too much yarn. and to be honest, probably it's all probably.
Is it a bad thing though? Is it a bad thing?
So that's a little bit about us in here, taking you through some of our bits and pieces. We also, just to let you know, we've got some great accessories as well. We also stock yarn bowls. So we've got all different sorts available on our website. And I'm kind of running out of practice script at this point. So if anyone's got any questions, now's the time to ask us.
Now is the time. Bronwyn just says thank you for answering her question, and Barbara is great for us more cuddly people having the larger dye batches.
Yeah, we definitely do try to do the larger batch sizes. I mean, myself, typically, if I'm doing a sweater in an 8-ply, I'm going to take somewhere between 7 and 8 skeins. So I like them all to be really of the same color if possible.
Yeah, I agree. It makes it a lot easier.
And absolutely, Bronwyn, I agree with you there. I do believe that the art of using yarn and the art of collecting yarn are 2 different hobbies as
They
well.
are 2 separate hobbies. I excel at the latter more than the former.
Cool. So we can give you a bit of a quick more run around the store if you would like. Oh, the
Eliza
yarn.
is wondering what the yarn cellar looks like.
Well, unfortunately, it's now blocked off to us. With the shops that we're in are connected to the Port Adelaide docks, and our
Okay.
shop once upon a time was a men's hairdresser, and what used to happen was nice young men used to come in, get knocked over the head, sent down the cellar into the secret tunnels, and sold onto ships sailing around the world.
That's terrible.
So, yeah, so it's a very interesting story, the history of it.
Wow.
Yeah, Janet, absolutely. All the colorways are on the website, and we've set it up so that you can go straight in and have a look at all of these just by clicking on the Big Wool Show on our very front page.
Holly also has a question. How many skeins would you recommend to be used for a small to medium-sized sweater or jumper?
Oh, that's
Isn't
always
that
a
the
good
question?
question.
Isn't that the question?
Because then you start asking the questions like, are you going to use cables?
Yeah.
You know,
It's
how long
unfortunately
do you
one of
want
those
it?
questions of like, how long is a piece of string?
It absolutely is. Absolutely is. All I can say is take whatever pattern that you're going to use, check your gauge, whatever you do.
Absolutely.
You can get away with it with shawls and other things, but with fitted garments, always check your gauge and always get one more skein than you think you're going to need.
Don't be me. Don't be me who always gets to a point in a project and goes,
oh no,
okay,
I
I have no yarn left, and yeah.
So we're going to do a final quick run round of the store and just let you know some of the other things that we do stock.
Yes,
we're
please.
great lover of sock yarns, so we have the wonderful sock share in store as well.
Lovely.
Baz doing a twirl.
Doing this. I was wondering how that was swirling because I couldn't see Baz behind it. It was
Yeah,
magic.
he's pretty good, isn't he? And we're also stockists of the lovely fibre spates as well. And coming up on some rather lovely hedgehog fibres as well that we stock.
Beautiful.
All of these you can absolutely grab on our website at the moment, and we are doing free shipping for all orders over $200. We also do stock a lot of books as well. So this is my homage to the great Shelley husband.
Who has an amazing array of books, I have to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you want to brush up your crochet skills, I recommend them thoroughly. One of the things we also do here at Yarn Trader is we bring in a guest dyer. This month is Knit or Dye, who is also stall up this weekend. Always good to check them out. She has some beautiful natural nature-inspired colorways there as well. Coming round. And we also stock sheepies. Some more yarn.
More yarn.
More
yarn.
yarn.
Gorgeous bags. All the
yarn.
yarn.
More yarn.
Had all the yarn.
More hedgehog fibres. And then get on to our bulkier weights. And we also are a huge stockist of Chaya Goo. So if that is your favourite, we pretty much have everything.
Okay.
All righty. How are we looking for time?
We are doing great.
Excellent. So running you around again. This is sock yarn, because we all love some sock yarn. So we also stock West Yorkshire Spinners, who produce some of the most beautiful sock yarns.
Lovely.
And we
Look
stock
at this
regia,
colour.
beautiful regia. And what else do we stock? We stock loads of different things. The lovely fiddlesticks, which if you like your bamboo, is fantastic.
That's a good one for that.
And more yarn balls, more lovely things. And there we go. So I'll come back and finish us up on our table of yarn. And
The table of pretties. Does anybody have any questions? Do you have any colours that you want to see Tanya put together so you can work out if it is a colourway that you would like to combine? Drop it in the chat so that we can all have a look at your beautiful suggestions. So
absolutely.
We'll give everybody a couple of minutes. Tanya, you've been working really, really hard, obviously, to whoops, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, Tanya. You've been working really hard to make this like go crazy and beautiful. Is your brain about to explode? Are you ready for this weekend?
Yeah, we've also got classes in this weekend, so it's going to be a great weekend.
Oh wow! Oh, let's like load ourselves up with everything.
Absolutely.
On
I've planned a nervous breakdown and a large bottle of gin for Tuesday.
Excellent. Yes. Yep. Definitely Tuesday because you don't want to do it Monday.
Because then we'll be getting all your orders out.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Rachel's saying that she's glad she tuned in. It's fantastic. Well, where is it? Is. It's fantastic, and it's a great way that if there's just colours you desperately need to see held together, that you can totally do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've got some great little combinations in here.
You do, and the mini pack's amazing.
So those two make a lovely little one: truffle shuffle and sweet pea. They would be lovely in a project together. So I'll get some other good ones together.
Let's have a look.
Now, how nice is that?
That works for me. That works for me. I don't know if it works for everybody, but it definitely makes me happy.
Yep, so that's you make my tongue loose and you are the bluest light. Fantastic little combination together. And you can always add in more pink if you require, or more blue if you require.
Wow. Janet House is asking for teal combinations.
Oh, of course you would, Janet. I know Janet quite well. She's part of our online video group, Zoom group. Teal, my darling. I don't have a huge amount of teal, but I will have shortly just for you.
So I think Barbara wants teal colours as well.
Yeah, we can look at something like this.
Yeah.
And I'd be more than happy to start dyeing those up on 100-gram skeins.
Lovely. I love those colours.
So someone asked me if I've got any good tips for choosing colours for Fair Isle patterns. A great tip I have is that just start putting some combinations together and take some photos and switch them into black and white. And then you're looking for a contrast between those black and white pictures. So if you think you've got 5 gate colours, you take that black and white photo and they are all the same shade of grey, they're not going to be really great in a Fair Isle pattern.
That's right. And you can just swap, sometimes on some cameras, you can actually put it into grey mode so you can look at it like a video and swap them in and out so that you don't have to keep taking photo after photo. But in saying that, in the day of digital, what's it really to take photo after photo? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I've got a couple of other things that I'm going to have a quick run around the store. Notice we've got our social distancing lines and everything
all your little
properly done in here. I did want to say that we have very kindly got some prizes from some sponsors who are supporting us on the Big Wool Show. And the lovely, so the lovely Knitting Fever guys have given us some wonderful Noro Ito, which we're offering up as a prize to anyone who signs up to our newsletter over the long weekend.
Oh, wow.
And you can just jump on our website, either using the links at the Big Wool Show or just jump straight on to www.yarntrader.com.au. Just sign up to our newsletter, and a lucky winner will find that coming in the post to them.
That's fantastic.
See, we're always up to stuff here. I go the right way round. So follow my social distancing stuff.
Follow your arrows around the store.
Absolutely. We're very conscious of keeping everyone safe here.
Oh, and we have to be, honestly. Look at those colours. Well, Tanya, thanks so much for joining in and hanging out with us today.
No problem at all. It's our pleasure.
Starting off the live streams.
Yeah, very happy to be here. Now we're going to go and drink lots of coffee and go,
Yes, it's a little bit of that, isn't it? It's a little bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to thank my lovely helper this morning, Baz.
Hey, Baz, thanks so much.
Come and join him on Zoom, if you so fancy, with our men's knitting group and our online knitting groups as well.
That's awesome. Baz is rocking it. All right. Well, if you guys want to go and check out Yarn Trader, you need to go through the Big Wool Show website and find Yarn Trader on the list of either sponsors or in the store lists. And you can hit their website so easily going through that way, and you can see all the goodies that they have got available for all of us to squish and pat and love and call George. So have a fantastic weekend, Tanya. I'm sure I'll catch up with you again over the weekend. And can't wait to see the gaps that are starting to be created.
Absolutely. Anytime, we're happy to let everyone come and have a look around.
And that's the other thing as well. You're also open to the public as well.
We are. We open the doors in about a minute and a half. And we're open today and tomorrow.
Fantastic. So that's Adelaide, isn't it?
We are absolutely in Adelaide. We're surrounded by some fantastic coffee shops and restaurants, which are all opening back up. So come on down.
That's fantastic. All right. Well, thanks so much, Tanya. And we'll catch you later in the weekend.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was amazing. Guys, there's so much talent in Australia with our local dyers and amazing stores that are just really going above and beyond. That layout was just beautiful. The story of the seller cracked me up. Now, we've got another person waiting in the wings, and I can't quite tell if they're ready. So if I just need a little thumbs up if they're ready to come on, or a little thumbs down if they're not. Yes. Okay. Awesome. I'm going to introduce you all to Danielle. Danielle has been the brains and the heart behind the Big Wool Show. She also runs her own business, Raxor Yarns, and she just does so many amazing things just for our community as well. So I'm going to bring Danielle to the stream. Hi,
Danielle. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm just going to turn my volume down just a dash. There we go.
Cool.
How are you going? Sorry, I know that it was like, what do you mean, me?
What? Me? Who, me? I'm just sitting here watching this. I'm just like looking through Tanya's store. I'm like, can we just break down these borders from Victoria to South Australia? Because I need to get down there and like snaffle all through that yarn.
Oh,
it was amazing.
Right, baby. I'm going because I can go to South Australia.
You can go, just not. So you're gonna have to go down through Brisbane, across. And
I don't know. Like, are there direct flights from Brisbane to South Australia? I mean, I would assume so, right? I would assume so.
Or you could ride a sheep. You could ride a sheep down there.
That may take some time. Also, no.
I know some of those merinos these days, they're pretty big. I reckon they're.
I can do it. I think the merino could do it. I just don't know if I want to do it.
Man, so I would actually really love to know. So I know we've had there's so many great store holders on the site. Who have you checked out? So probably everyone listening, who have you checked out? And what are you loving? Have you bought anything? I would love to know what you've bought, because I've actually seen some posts from people already, some of our store holders saying, hey, my limited edition totes almost sold out. So that was from Say Little Hen. So if you want to get some of her limited edition totes, you're going to have to be really quick. Because what is it? It's 10:40 Eastern Standard Time.
On day one.
Hi, Colleen. How you going? I'm hopefully not looking too tired. I tend to have bags under my eyes. That's just a general thing for me.
I think you've got a lot of white space in the background, so it's nearly like you're in black and white today.
That's my life generally. So if people who know me, you can generally spot me by my pasty white skin. It's horrible, and my black clothes, just to really make that non-tan. Yeah. I'm actually holed up in my bedroom today, so could get a little wild. But that's good. Oh, so Deborah, you've already bought a book from Cocoa Knits from Skein Sisters. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. You are gonna love it when you get it, because I hope you guys have had a chance to also check out Julie Weisenberger from Cocoa Knits. We're really, really excited to have her as well. So she actually, on our speakers page, on our classes page, you'll find an interview with Julie there, and she actually takes us through an introduction of the Cocoa Knits method, which is a really interesting way to build garments. Because I think that's, I think when you're making garments, it's a really big investment, right? So there's a lot of yarn involved.
There is, yeah. And you really have to decide.
Absolutely. And all that time. That's so much time. Oh, Vicky's got one too. Good on you, Vicky.
Yeah, we've got lots of people dropping. I'm just slowly trying to add them in. But heaps of people are jumping in, telling us what they've managed to pick up. And it's beautiful just watching everything. There's 70 people watching us right now.
So Belle's found Fortune Yarn Co. and Louie and Lola. That is amazing. I have, like, one of the really exciting things about putting this event on is just getting to go through like all the stall holders stuff before you guys got to have a look at it. So just gonna say,
I'm calling dibs on this and on this. And on this.
Yeah. And I know Heather Maid as well has some teal yarn. So guys, you're gonna have to be quick because
and Heather Maid has got this amazing teal on a yak base that I have just been drooling over. It's very bad. It's very bad.
Oh, it's so good. And it looks like, so people have ordered some stuff from Cloverleaf Corriedale Stud. Now I'll let you into a secret. So I actually dye a lot of the yarn for Cloverleaf Corriedale Stud, as well as Pirate Pearl yarns. So if you head to Cloverleaf, you'll actually any of the yarn that you like there, it'll either be by me or by Pirate Pearl. So I hope you like
wow. That's awesome. I'm just like, there's so many people are having so much fun today. I've noticed come through on my website that people have been snapping up the 2020 Rainbow Sock editions.
Oh, I love that. Oh, guys, you got to check out Chantel's new sock kit. I had a sneak peek yesterday because I've been sneaking around houses. That's what I do. But it is stunning. You're going to love it. It was
so much fun. Like when I first made the Rainbow Sock kit, like a couple of years ago, I can't even remember when, I'm like blanking on it. I thought, oh yeah, that's a perfect rainbow. I can never perfect that. Like it's 14 mini skeins that you get. So 14 colors plus a semi-solid gray, and there's a couple of options for the gray. And so you get 14 of these bright colors. And I thought, that's it, I can't perfect that. Well, I'm happier now with this one than I was at the last one. Like the last one wasn't bad, but yeah, so I'm just loving like all the minis. I'm not loving making all those minis, by the way.
Oh, everyone loves minis. I've had so many questions. Will there be minis at the Big Wool Show?
I have no problems making 25-gram minis. I'm super happy to make 25-gram minis. 5-gram minis, on the other hand, are just like what?
So crazy. I'm just thinking like a little 5-gram mini. So can you tell me like what's involved in making a mini? Like,
okay, so like a 5-gram mini or a 25-gram mini, because I do them differently.
oh, I'm gonna go 5-gram because I feel like that.
Okay. All right. So how I do a 5-gram mini, I'm just going to keep getting everyone's comments through as well. How I do a 5-gram mini is I dye the full 100-gram skeins, and then I let them dry, and then I roll them into a ball. And I've got a motorized Swift. I am supremely lucky that I have this motorized Swift that can do 3 skeins at a time. Then in buckets, very gloriously, I just drop the balls in the bucket and attach them to the Swift, and I program the Swift to stop every, I work out how many meters it needs, and I stop, but then I have to tie off all those minis. And so, and then for each of those, so I get about anywhere from 17, 18 minis to 100 grams, because they're 5-gram minis. And because I prefer to give everyone just a little bit more than risk going less.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing. I would never. I've got skeins in my store that I say are 100 grams, but they're like 110 because
that's generous. That's really generous.
Well, they're anywhere from 100 to about 110, and it's because even mills aren't perfect, and I can get my cones of sock yarn all in the same delivery, and one cone's yarn just might be that bit weightier.
Yeah.
And so I just need to add in, or just, and because I do 3 at a time, I've sort of had to make that decision of, okay, am I going to just run 2 at a time and then do this other batch with less meterage? Or am I going to give people the same meterage with a little bit more weight?
Yeah. So your 5-gram minis.
Yeah.
How much do they end up weighing? Is it?
Well, they weigh 5 grams. They weigh 5 grams because they're 5-gram minis.
Yeah. And how many colours are in the new sock set?
14 colours of the rainbow, as well as the 50-gram contrast skein of the tone of grey that you choose, which I realised this morning I'm missing photos of one of the colours and I don't have any dyed. Like of one of the greys. And middle grey was like the best grey. And I'm like, I don't have any. So I've put a crazy call out. I'm like, hi, Riffian people. Does anyone happen to have a skein of koala they could take a photo of for me?
Oh.
I'll buy them this afternoon and get, photos in. But in the meantime, people are just buying them hoping it's a good colour.
I love it. But they know they're going to get some great colours.
Yeah, and I'll make sure, like, it matches and it contrasts well and stuff. But as you know, better than anybody else this week has been absolute chaos and bedlam, just trying to, well, maybe not bedlam, but just such a huge workload trying to get every single thing done and ready and every single checkbox and dealing with traders who haven't sent you things. That's not me at all. Not me. I wasn't dying into the night making up new colours. No,
that would be not something that you would do. Not at all.
Never. How are you going? Like, how are you coping? Like, you've done so much for so many people.
Oh, look, I just love it. I'm about the community. So I guess this year, because we couldn't all go to Bendigo Wool Show, I guess, I'd already booked my accommodation, as probably you did, as like hands up everyone who's booked their accommodation already, and then this all happened. But I think the great thing is hopefully you got a refund on that.
Yeah, I was very lucky. The lady I deal with was just wonderful.
Yeah, I think like most people have been really good. So if you did get a refund on that, consider that your shipping cost for anything you order.
Absolutely.
In saying that, there are a lot of people offering free shipping this weekend, so make sure that you check out everyone's store pages. We've got loads of specials.
I know for myself, I've only put my free shipping code on my store page on the Big Wool Show. It's like a special for those people that are going to make the effort to click through the Big Wool Show.
Yeah. And what's your code?
Big Woolly.
Big Woolly.
Big Woolly.
Love it.
And it's free shipping in Australia. And I would love to be able to offer free international shipping, but I just can't. It's
so expensive. I guess, you know, if you're ordering yarn from overseas as well, not necessarily from the big box people, but if you're ordering from smaller makers sort of like us over in the States or Canada or the UK, you know, the shipping costs can be quite up there. But, you know, it's worth it sometimes, you know, to get some really nice yarn. It's cheaper than flying there.
It is definitely cheaper than flying there, without a doubt. And we cannot fly there at the moment. The other thing to remember, especially if you are watching from overseas and you're considering making purchases and you're looking at our costs of our things and then the cost of the shipping on top of it, just remember to check your currency versus the Australian currency. Our currency is not doing great in a worldwide market. It's not the worst it's ever been, but it's down there. And so you may actually end up, once you convert it back to your dollars, you may end up with a better deal than you think, even including the shipping.
Yeah, actually, I think what's the US dollar, I think, is probably around somewhere between 60 and 70 cents. So it's basically like if you're in the US, you can look at everything like you're getting a 30% discount straight up.
Right, straight up. I think we are sitting around the 69 cents as of yesterday. Yeah, I'm happy because I had to put orders in for international suppliers. And I don't know about some of the other shops, but for Fiberific, I know I've been having some problems getting some of my international supplies in, and I know I've got things that are just waiting for flights to come to Australia. So I've actually opened up all my back orders. So pretty well anything consumer level, because I do stock some of the heavier duty equipment for smaller businesses, but anything consumer level, I've opened up the back order, and it means that I don't have it. I physically don't have it in my hands, but I will order it in and get it to you as soon as we can. So I've got on the way. I guarantee that you will get what's in there because that could already be earmarked for somebody else. Yeah. But it will come, and you will still get your free shipping if you order it this weekend. So I thought, oh, what can I do? What you know? It's not many options. Many people want to know where to find my store, please, for rainbows. So I'm Fiberific on the Big Wool Show. I don't know how to share links on here.
The blue logo, but
blue logo. Like oh look, branding.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that one.
So yeah, I'm Fiberific in the when I'm not got my Big Wool Show hat on. So the rainbows are gorgeous. They're actually inside at the moment, and something else that I will be doing, but for the first 12 orders that come through that are over $50, which is not advertised yet, which I've got to get it out there, so you can wait a little bit. They'll get a free mini skein of this beautiful sock yarn, and so yeah, that'll be going in this afternoon. That's one of the things that I haven't sent to you yet.
That is exciting. Clearly there's more coming. This is just day one.
I'm just like, this is day one, man. Like, I don't want everything gone on the first day. I want people who can't shop on a work day to still have an opportunity for a cool thing. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, that's my excuse. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm not organized.
Who needs organization when you can just
organization is boring. Honestly, organization is boring. Petro, if you Petro loves my mug. I'm just going to do this. Petro, if you love my mug, I actually have a Redbubble store where you may purchase all the Fiberific goodness. So if you just go to Redbubble and search for Fiberific, I may have gone a little crazy with my logo.
What's the weirdest thing you put your logo on?
A face mask.
I love it. I'm going to get one.
Oh my God. They're in the Redbubble store. It was just an option. So I went, okay.
Of course. I'm going to get one of those. Amazing.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Redbubble is really fun, Danielle. Honestly, you should.
Oh, look, I feel like if I
Wait till
go
you
down
have
the
some
rabbit
time,
hole,
okay? Because it is like a rabbit hole. I'll tell you what looks amazing is this particular array. We call it Hedge of Ninjum because that's the plural of ninjas, and we call this a yarn ninja. So this particular pattern is Hedge of Ninjum, and it's look. I restrained myself, but it looks amazing on a Doona cover because they
oh,
showed
yeah.
and also the shower curtain, but I did not. They're not in the store. I didn't tick them. I didn't say okay.
Why not shower with Fiberific? It feels like a thing you should do.
Oh my god, no! Like hashtag shower with Fiberific. My husband never sees that hashtag. Oh my gosh! But no,
I'm
there's
sorry.
so
I didn't mean to
many
make you cry.
No, it's okay. Have you put your logo on anything crazy before?
No, I haven't, but I feel like I'm going to have to.
I think
Like,
you need to.
tattoos? Do you think we could get like tattoos?
I've actually been looking into. There's a lady on Etsy who does the temporary tattoos. So you can send your logo in, and she'll print them out on temporary tattoo sheet for you.
Oh, that's so
and you
cool.
can have temporary tattoos of your logo. And I'm like, this close.
I would put them everywhere. That'd be amazing.
Absolutely. I would like on my cheek at Bendigo.
Yeah.
Like, and I would do it. Petra says you're allowed to go crazy. The rabbit hole is dangerous. It is. It was so much fun. It was so much fun.
I may have been there.
I think Petro has actually visited. The other one that I have, and this is something I should probably warn everybody who's watching this broadcast, is the particular camera that I use for my streaming setup here shuts off every 30 minutes. Okay? It just goes black. My audio still works. I'm still here. But until I actually like touch it and make it like do something, it goes to sleep. And it's become a conversational topic on the Fiberific live streams to the point where there's actually a mug that actually has my face cam on it with just face cam and exclamation marks, because sometimes I'm absorbed in whatever I'm doing and I'm not watching the screen, and next thing you know I see in the chat just people just going face cam, face cam, face cam, face cam, and I look up and it's off, so I have to turn it back on again.
It's live. It's live, isn't it?
It's live, and I'm not a television studio.
Yet.
Like, I'm actually, when I bought this camera, I did not buy it with the intention of live streaming. So it was not a consideration. I bought it for making my YouTube videos, just not the live streams. And then as time's progressed and I've upgraded my systems and what have you, I ended up using this camera, and now I'm saving, and I've got Fiberific Patreon, so I save that money for gear for YouTube. So I'm saving up for a camera that just doesn't do that. But like,
camera that doesn't switch off. That's a dream.
Turning off thing.
Oh, Catherine is sick at home, but loving that she can drool over yarn from the comforts of her bed. Catherine, I hope you feel better. And you know what will make you feel better? Yarn.
Every time. Every time yarn makes you feel better. See, look.
Just cuddle it. Cuddle it.
The other thing that I'm going to be putting out over the weekend is, I mean, I don't know many people's names here. I know Deborah's name. Fiberific has a Mystery Lace Club that goes out once a month, which is a bit slow at the moment because some of my yarns are imported. But one of the things that happens is those colours are exclusive to the Mystery Lace Club for 3 months. And I'm also a dash on the slow side in this particular step. But each month I'm supposed to release the Mystery Lace Club colours to the world. And I don't always. And I've got about 4 months backlog of colours that were exclusive to Mystery Lace Club. Some of them will never be done again because I've decided that they were Mystery Lace Club only. Some of them may come out on different bases because it was a Mystery Lace Club base. So I've got a pile of colours that will be getting released out this afternoon. They're just behind me. Do you guys want me to show you?
I want to see them.
You want to see them? All right. I'm attached to the microphone, so I'm just going to see how far back I can roll.
Hi, Sally.
It's on the table behind me. I'm not sure if you guys can see. There's a few things over there.
Well, can you pick him up and show us?
See, is this massive mound of yarn that needs twisting.
That's the secret off-camera part that no one's allowed to see.
That's right. That's why there's an off-camera part.
Yeah.
All right. Reaching. Sorry, I've got a microphone cable and I'm trying not to rip it out of the wall.
It get interesting. Oh, I think she ripped it out of the wall.
Do you know what?
It's to the mystery.
I just found. No, I didn't. I was so excited. Oh, hello, camera. Just to prove my point for me.
Yeah, well, see, this adds to the mystery of the mystery lace, I think.
It does. The mystery of the mystery lace.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the camera does. You guys can still hear me. Everything's still running. But there we go. I have an armload of yarn. I just appeared with an armload of yarn. Okay, so what we have is some silver sparkle, blue sparkle. It's called Blue Cotton Candy.
Oh,
and it's really hard to see because I did not set these lights up to show yarn. It is 75% merino. It is 20% nylon, 5% silver stellina. Now I'm just going to see.
Sparkles.
Hang on, I'm just trying to make it. You can do it.
You can I can see sparkles.
Sparkles.
So good.
Yay! Now I'm super blurry.
blurry.
But then there's also, I'm going to leave it like this for just a second because I'm going to bring another one up, which is these two went out together as a Mystery Lace Club together. This one's Goldenrod, and this one is Royalty. And see how the colour changes?
Oh, that is amazing.
The two ends of the yarn are wool and one, of just standard wool, and one is superwash. So you straight up see the difference.
That's amazing, isn't it? And that's all the same dye in the same pot, same yarn.
In the pot, and it was just because the actual ends, like the actual plies, are different things. There's 3 plies, and 2 are non-superwash, and 1 is superwash, and the superwash takes more colour.
Oh, interesting.
So I had it in the Royalty. Now the Goldenrod does it, but not to the same extent.
Oh, yeah, you can see like one strand's a little stronger in colour there.
It's a little more.
Wow.
And it's just the difference between your superwash and your not superwash. Here we go. I'm pretty sure it was £5 where I bought some fabulous skull stitch markers. Still love them. It was, yes. I remember. Lots of people telling me about my face cam. Yeah. And my timekeeper camera. Yeah. I'm keeping it blurry because this is a colour that came out.
That's pretty.
It's looking a little dark. It's a little bit lighter than this. And a little bit brighter greener. And this is a 50-50 wool BFL, like BFL wool and silk.
Oh, yum. That's going to be
that shine is all silk.
Wow.
There's no brown in it, so I don't know why it's doing brown things. There's no brown.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks a bit browny. What is the brown?
There is no brown. It's just darker green. It's just the camera being a butt face. The colour is called Winter in My Garden, so technically brown could be true, but it's not. It's more like a leafy green colour. So the colours that we're seeing.
Can we touch that through the camera? Because I feel like I want to see it. Yeah, hang on. Let me just get up there. That's really soft. That's nice.
It's lovely. Then we have another lace weight, which is called, which is an 80% fine merino, 20% silk. Okay, this one is 1,200 meters per 100 grams, and it's called Nana's Auburn Locks.
That's going to go a fair way. So
yeah. It's like the pattern that went out with it was a Shetland lace pattern.
So you could make a whole shawl out of that.
Yes. In the Mystery Lace Club, you always get enough yarn for your pattern. Now, this one's just being done. So this was June, so it's not available. So I'm just going to just taunt you with it. And it's called Lake Floor Pebbles.
Oh, that's really pretty. Why are you taunting us with that? That's amazing. I want it now.
You can't do it now. You have to wait and come back in a couple of months.
So
Or next month. Oh, actually, look, it's June 20, Monday. It might be out on Monday if I'm on it, because Monday the 20th of June is technically its exact crossover date.
Oh, wow.
So let's fix that.
So pretty.
Put me back in focus. Not being in focus, honestly.
Extreme.
Spanichick says I can't say butt face on YouTube. Yes, I can. Leanne's craft rooms jumped in. Hi, Leanne. They're so pretty. Rachel says nearly iridescent. I'm going to assume you're talking about this guy. Oh, look, see, when I focus on my face, that's more the actual color.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't look brown anymore.
No, not brown.
No.
That's why I was like, why is it going brown? It's not brown. So there's that one. This one is an Albany brownie ready. This is my nana's hair.
I like those two together. Hold them together. I like those. Yeah. See, they look pretty.
They look great together.
Yeah.
But silk is 800 meters, so the one's a bit thinner than the other. I can't find your free shipping code, Chantel. Leslie, it is big woolly, one word, capital letters. I'll have to put it.
I'll have to update your stall when we're finished.
Okay, that's all right. We're busy. We'll get there.
Big woolly though.
Yeah, big woolly. So yeah, because we zoomed in and unfocused so we could see the sparkles. Can sort of see some sparkles. But yeah, so there's some mystery lace yarns that are coming out soon. Go back over there. There's a few of each. There's not heaps of each. There we go. So delicate, gentle.
You're surrounded by yarn there. That must be amazing.
I am. This is a fiberific bat cave. So this is where I have this all set up right here for my YouTube channel. Okay. So this is actually my desk. My normal laptop is right here. This is where I work every day, except for when I'm dying. But then behind me, I have. I'm just gonna. All right, guys, are you ready? I'm just gonna, Danielle. I'm gonna be a hog. Okay. I'm gonna do this. All right. Okay, and then I'm going to move out of the shot, and I'm just going to slowly pan this camera so you can see the reality. So pretty. Oh, no, the wall ends. Okay. And then we go the other way. I'm just going to move out of the wall. It's not a real wall. And then we go pretty. Oh, no, the wall ended. Oh, it's a printer. And oh, look, a pile of yarn. That's not skein. Oh, we'll just bring that back in. There we go. I need to fix my wall. It's falling down. Taunting is the best from Spanichick.
Oh, look, she's flaunting your logo too.
This is Spanichick is my friend Kim, who is a moderator extraordinaire. That's why she's Spanichick, because she has a wrench on all the live streams. And she does so much. Yesterday, when we were having our crazy busy dye day, Spanichick brought lunch. She just turned up, brought everybody lunch, and then just left. Ate lunch and left. I was just like, why aren't you staying?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was. And so, yeah, so she's allowed to see. And you can't quite see it because of the YouTube logo there. But can you see that little one? He's got a little wrench in his hand.
Yeah, the little spanner.
Little spanner. Lego Bob's saying we can't get this YouTube channel on the TV. So I did notice it wasn't streaming straight to the normal like YouTube like what would happen for Fiberific. I'll have to check into what I've done to set this up differently. So it could be something as simple as I've forgotten to check a button. So where are we? Kathy Bry loves my yarns. Thank you, Kathy. Stitching Bliss says, I couldn't find the shipping code either. Click the link to the Big Wool Show website. Yeah, we've got some teething issues, and so I'm going to in a second just I'm so blurry. I'm sorry. I touched it and now it's wrong and it's going to bug me.
That's all right.
Yeah, so we'll get all that sorted out, and we'll make sure that shipping code happens. If anybody puts their orders through in the meantime, I'm just going to refund the shipping. It'll be easy. It's all through PayPal. It's nice and simple. Sally says, we know the truth now. That's right. The walls are not real.
You've just taken down that
That's right. That's exactly right. And I was just admiring that wall.
It is a good wall, though, I will say.
Look, it is. And the reality is, this one directly behind me, we did have to kind of build it. It's not one piece of that stuff. It's a couple that we've cut and stuck together. And because I wanted that one. Can you guys hear that tapping? Oh, no. Thank God. There's a bird on my tin roof, and it's up there trying to dig through to me, I swear.
It wants to come to the big wall show.
It wants to come to the big wall show. I was admiring your colour bricks. You're a trickster. I am absolutely a trickster.
Mirrors.
And I've destroyed it for all of you now. Where are we? Lots of people that I know have jumped into the chat. Kathy is talking to Kim. We rely on Kim so much to inform us of all the groups going on, and she watches our behaviour. That's right, because I'm terrible at letting people know what's going on, and Kim actually is a mod in our Facebook groups as well.
It feels like Leanne might be a trouble starter.
Leanne is definitely a troublemaker, without a doubt. Yeah. Do you know Leanne?
Yes.
I'm watching an iPad on Link Kimson. Okay, here we go. It's on Danielle, the Big Wool Show channel, not the Big Wool Show channel. Oh.
This might be something that I've done because I don't know how to use YouTube. So.
Oh. Yeah, I've been uploading everything to the Danielle Big Wool Show.
Cool. That's right.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we know this for next time, you know.
Yeah, this is what happens when you let someone other than Chantel into YouTube to set something up. No good.
I didn't realise there were two channels. I've just been putting everything on this one.
Well, it's been working for me, so.
Oh my God.
Thank you,
Friday.
I hope you really enjoy it. So I know there's we've got so many people involved. It's so great, and keep watching the live because that's where the action is. But we've also got a bunch of other interviews up with some of our sponsors that you can see, and you can watch them after live. You can watch them anytime you like. 3 a.m. wake up, can't sleep. Just check in and have a chat with Nick from Great Ocean Woolen Mill.
Absolutely. That was so much fun chatting with Nick, honestly.
He's so nice. I love him.
Lego Bob has a question for us. Are there many places offering discounts? Most shops are just offering normal prices.
Ooh, so this is part of the exploration piece that you're going to have to do. So there's I definitely recommend just jumping around. You might also want to check out some of our store holders' Instagram and Facebook pages. Some of them may be offering discount codes there. I think importantly to note, though, is that with handmade items, offering discount codes can be a bit tricky because, when you're looking at making something by hand, the time and the effort involved in that is it's a lot bigger than things that you get from Spotlight or Linkcraft where they can offer a 50% discount. If I was to do that, I'd actually be losing money.
Because that's the thing to remember is Spotlight and Linkcraft and those bigger box stores and even some actual yarn stores, depending on what the deal is that they have with their various brands, they have a 100% markup. So it costs them $10, they charge $20. And so they can afford a 50% discount because it's still cost for them. For us as smaller traders, a 50% discount is well below cost. So it does just make that a little bit trickier. And it does make it hard because it means we're competing on an unlevel playing field at the same time. We are offering different things as well. Most of us don't offer the same things that big box stores do. But that's something pretty important to remember is that they do have buying power and they use that power. Whereas most of us don't really when was the last time you bought a ton of yarn, Danielle?
Never, actually. It's on my bucket list. But
I think the biggest
no.
batch I've bought is 15 kilos in one base.
Yeah. So usually I am only buying a couple of kilos of each base at a time. So
Yeah.
One day a ton. I'd love to do that.
Would that be amazing? Although my concern is, where would I put a literal ton of yarn?
I would actually be sleeping with the yarn. Like my house would be full.
We were joking with one of the Zoom ladies, and her husband has a wine fridge, and she was talking about how she doesn't have a space out in the open for her yarn. It's all tucked away in a wardrobe. And we're like, just slide the skeins into the separate spots of the wine fridge.
That would work.
It's
Nice and
rolled. It's, no moths are getting in there and surviving.
Exactly. Too cold for them. I reckon that's a perfect storage solution.
Yeah.
Forget the wine.
Yeah, well, half and half.
Or what if you have red wine and you keep the red wine on top of the cabinet and you yarn inside the wine fridge? I think that could work. Although in Brizzy it's going to get a bit warm for you, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. We really do need to stick the wine in. I know this because I don't have a wine fridge. And I went to gift somebody a bottle of wine that I had purchased and held onto for a little while just until I got to see them. And what we didn't realise is at the bottom of the linen cupboard, which seems to be a great idea for storing your wine, actually backed onto the oven.
Ooh, that's doesn't sound like it's going to end well, this story.
No, we basically had to pour about 24 bottles of wine down the sink because they had gone very bad.
Beyond the vinegar stage.
Oh, yes. Like, I wish it was vinegar stage.
Oh. So I think there's a hot tip from Chantel. Don't keep your wine bottles next to the oven.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Like, don't.
What a learn.
Lego Bob, she's said that is her. It was her. I didn't want to give away a name, but she has now done it. Will the cold destroy my yarn? No, it won't. It should be fine. It's humidity controlled. It's not like at 4 degrees. It's not a fridge. It should be fine. You could run a test for us. I will give you a skein of yarn to put in there and leave it for like 6 months, and we'll see what happens.
I think it'll just it'll just age nicely in the fridge.
It would age. That's right. And you can use it you can marinate it to plan for projects. So we can have a good time. Oh dear, this is terrible. Here we go. How many times do you touch your yarn from cone to postage? Probably a lot.
Do you include the times when you just like pat it because it's really nice?
Yeah, like just then when I cuddled it to bring it over here to show you guys, do we count those as well? Because like the reality is I do have, like for me, sorry, I'll answer and because I'm just going to jump in because I'm selfish that way. I'm sorry. But for me, while I do have a motorized skeiner, I still have to take the strand off the cone, wrap it around once, connect it in. I've still got to cut it and wrap it, and then it gets shoved into buckets to soak, and then I poke it again when I'm dyeing it, and then I twist it so my hands are touching it again. My hands touch the yarn a lot. Probably even more than that, like that description. So yeah, I don't know. What about you, Danielle? Do your hands touch the yarn a lot?
A lot. So at the moment I work from skeins that are already sort of tied up and ready to dye. But even then, you got to grab those out. You got to check that the ties are not too tight, because otherwise you're going to get some gaps in your dye. So we go through the same sort of thing. So soaking, or actually I put little shower curtain rings around mine. So I use shower curtain rings to bring them in and out of the hot dye bath.
Removable zip ties.
Yeah.
They work really well.
People use heaps of different things, but I'm loving shower curtains at the moment because I can colour code everything. It's pretty good.
Oh, fantastic.
So the yarn goes through sort of an inspection, make sure it's okay. make sure things are tied, get it ready to dye, pop it in for a soak. Then I take it out, rinse it, then I dye it. Then it soaks again after that. Then what do? I rinse it after that again, spin dry it, hang it out to dry. Then I grab it again, take off all those ties, twist it up so it's nice and pretty, put some labels on it, and then I package it up, ready to sell. And then there's a photographing as well. So, yeah.
It could get moved around. Who knows how many times when you're photographing it?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it gets a lot of love before before it's ready to post or ready.
Absolutely. And that's right. Like you're right there, Friday Ketchup. Touching the yarn is a perfect way to explain the price of indie dyed yarn, because we do have to touch it a lot.
That's a really good way to explain it, actually.
Yeah. My studio is a table on my patio outside of my 98 square meter house. Can you imagine a ton of yarn?
Taryn, I hear you.
Yeah. My studio is my back patio, and I'm normally allowed to keep the cones of yarn in the house as long as they can fit into a couple of crates. Other than that, they have to come in here, and this is a 18 square meter shack that has this little space here kept pretty open and clear, really, in the scheme of things, compared to over there, which I am not showing that. I've already destroyed the illusion.
Look, I can continue to destroy that illusion. So in Melbourne at the moment, anyone from Melbourne, in winter, it's just rain and cold, for the whole time. So I can't get yarn dry outside at all. It all has to be in the house. And I have a pretty small house, and I've also got my my sister, my brother-in-law, and their newborn baby living with me as well. So you can imagine we're fighting for space to dry clothes.
Yeah,
in the house.
Something I learnt in the interviews I was doing with the with the sponsors, is Wendy Beer swears by her dehumidifier.
I have not tried that.
Neither have I, but she said it is probably up there with the Burkos. It is the best thing she bought as a dyer. And she was like, I don't know why you don't have one, Chantel, because Queensland is centre of humidity land.
It probably helped with my hair today, actually. It's gone a bit frizzy.
Yeah, like we're not going to look at mine today. I don't know what the hell happened. It's I have no excuses. It's just being naughty, and it needs to be cut, and like it needs to be dyed as well. We have an interesting question from Rachel. She's having a hard time finding affordable skeins for dyeing. I think it's going to depend on what your version of affordable is, because one of the reasons hand dyers do charge around that $30 per skein mark for a sock yarn is because it's technically not affordable. If you're comparing it to, say, the prices of your spotlights and your commercial yarns, you're never going to find anything at that kind of price, really. And so you really need to change your mindset on what is and what is not affordable. Like we were saying before, we don't make 100% markup on our hand-dyed yarns for the amount of time that we spend with each skein and the amount of effort that we put onto it. $30 is actually sort of nearly like oh, well, that's the most I can charge kind of thing. It's not well, I worked for X amount of hours getting this skein to this point. So all I can really suggest is just keep looking and try and sometimes it comes down to finding something that's a bit different and being able to just charge what you have to charge. So I think that's really what it's going to come down to. If you are dyeing, I don't know you, Rachel, I don't think. If you're dyeing just for yourself for a bit of fun and just want to have a try, you can check out the Knit Picks Bear yarns. They're a good way just to get a couple of skeins to have a play with. But if you're a dyer, I'm going to be very truthful and say that not many dyers are going to give away where they get their yarns from.
Yeah.
Just because we all have to search for so long to find something.
Yeah. So there are some and it really depends, I guess, on what it is that you want to dye. So we're really lucky that we've got some really great businesses in Australia that have sort of started up and are producing Australian-made yarn, which is really exciting. So you could have a look at Cashmere Connections.
Yes,
I believe they've got a bit of yarn. It's by the cone though, so it's a bit of an investment. But they have beautiful yarn, and it's all processed onshore, so it is a little bit more.
Scour here as well.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all local farmers, scoured in, I believe, Geelong. And all sort of made in Victoria, which is amazing.
It is phenomenal.
There's not too many places doing it. You can also check out Great Ocean Road Woolen Mill. They specialise in alpaca, and I have seen that they're doing cotton as well now.
Yes.
Really exciting. Who else have we got? We've got a couple of other fibre mills around as well, but definitely worth checking them out. Yeah.
But I think you do need to I don't know. I'm probably putting a thought into my own head that's not your intention, which is I always get concerned when I read the word affordable, and because it's such a subjective word.
It is,
and
yeah.
So I don't know if you mean affordable like $5 a skein or affordable like $25 a skein. I don't know.
Everyone's situation is different, and that's the thing.
Yeah. And it depends. And if you are looking to start a business, it depends on what direction you want to take. I've spoken to some amazing business owners who have really put their emphasis on Australian processed, Australian wool, hasn't left Australia for any single step. And I've actually learned a few things, which one of them was I didn't realise there was not a single place in Australia that did superwash. So whenever you buy anything superwash, even if it's from an Australian mill, at some stage of its life, it has travelled and then come back.
Yeah. Oh, we've actually got a really great video up from Cashmere Connections on our classes page if you want to check it out. It actually talks a bit about the Australian wool industry and how they're kind of revolutionising what we do. Taking single source wool produced fully through to the end product, which is really amazing. They do really well at explaining sort of what's going on in the Australian wool industry and how they've changed it for the better as well.
I think that's great. I really do. I think the Australian wool industry had I'm going to say a bad few years, where the Australian wool industry wasn't much of an actual industry. It was shorn off a sheep and exported. There wasn't there was a couple of mills obviously, but there wasn't every step of the process being done here. At one stage, we were down to 3 scourers. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
And which sounds like, why do you need more than 3 scourers? But the reality is you need either scourers that can do huge amounts, which I think only one of the 3 does large scale, and I don't think they take external work. So that sort of narrows it down to sort of 2-ish that are available to use. But it's building up and things are changing and processes are changing and ways to resolve the EPA issues are changing. And I think it's great. I think it's one of those things, mother is the creation of invention. There's a saying, that's not it, but that's close.
I know what you're going with. I can't, it's on the tip of my tongue. I think I just need another coffee before I can remember it.
Look, my husband this morning, because I was up till midnight getting that information to you, right? And at one stage I was like, okay, I still got to do all this stuff. And my brain just went, nope, you're going to bed. You're going to bed. Yeah. And so I was up this morning at 6, just, pottering around, getting some bits and pieces done. And my husband's like, okay, I'm going to do school run for you so you can just stay here because it's an hour out of your morning just to go to school and back. And I was like, oh, thank you. That would be great. Well, when he came back, he brought me a McCafe coffee. It's cold and I'm still drinking it. I'm like, I don't care.
So good.
because my coffee machine died. Everybody who doesn't know, if you don't watch the Fiberific YouTube channel, you probably don't know, but my coffee machine died, and I have been relegated to instant coffee, and it is hard. It's hard. Like, we're getting good instant coffee, don't get me wrong, and well, as good as instant coffee can get, but I just. Here we go. Jackie's got it. Necessity is the mother of invention.
Thank you.
Necessity is the mother of creation. Same deal. But yes, that's the one.
Love it. Thank you.
That is it. Thank you. My brain can calm down.
Lucky there's more.
But that one thing can settle.
It's a team effort.
It's an absolute team effort. But yeah, my coffee machine is dead, and it's very sad. It is a sad time for Fiberific. Because the thing that's written on my Patreon page is Fiberific is powered by coffee. Shout me a coffee, and it's one of the things. It's $5 a month. Shout me a coffee, and it's just like the coffee machine. So it's my birthday next month, and my husband keeps talking about how maybe he'll get me a coffee machine for my birthday, and I'm like, maybe coffee machine.
I feel like if that's a maybe, that's he's got to think harder about that one.
He does. I think what's deterring him is my fussiness levels for the coffee machine. Okay, so it's things like I need to be able to stumble out of my bedroom because does anybody else wake up in the morning and their legs don't work properly? Like, I get up and I'm just like, oh yes, I'm moving.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit stiff in the morning in my old age now.
Yeah.
Never used to happen.
So it's like, okay, and so I get up to the coffee machine and throw a coffee cup at it and press a button and walk away and go to the bathroom and brush your teeth and stuff like that, and then come back and it's like, oh, miracle of miracles, there's a coffee, and I just add milk to it, and I'm like, drinking. So that's what and that's how I wake up. I wake up going, oh yes, coffee, excellent.
I don't know how people can't live without coffee. It's one of those things.
I've got friends who don't drink coffee at all, so they have no sympathy for me. They're just like, oh, well, just don't drink coffee. And I'm just like, I don't need that kind of negativity in my life.
No.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Barbara's got a really good comment in here as well when we're talking about the cost of yarns. So, because I'm sorry, people who don't know me, I am a squirrel. And it's like, oh, shiny thing. And I do jump around a little bit. So I'm very sorry if it's hard to follow my, way I think. But I try to keep up with the comments that people put in because I think that they've gone to the effort to be here live and to put a comment in. And not even so much the effort, they're available. They can do it. And I want to make sure that those people who are jumping in and joining us and enriching our conversation, they get to have their questions answered as well. So I could be on another topic and then someone will say something, because the other thing to remember is there's also time issues. There is delays between when we speak versus when it actually appears on our screen. And you may have commented the second that I said something or someone has said something, but it might take a few seconds. So delays are fun. So it can add to the shiny thing that I have. But anyway, I'm sorry, Barbara. But that's a really important point to remember is when you are buying from a small business in general, we do have a lot of other overheads. Even if we are a dyer working in our own home, we still have to pay for insurances and super and pay and tax and council rates in our properties. Normally when we're in our home, we may not have commercial rates for power, but there's a lot of people who have got that next level up of their business and they are paying commercial rates for power. Their insurances are even higher because they have to cover even more aspects. The second you start having people enter the premises to purchase, insurance through the roof, honestly. And that's a very important thing to remember is when we're supporting small businesses have got a lot of hoops. I'm going to go with hoops to jump through. There's not so much barriers to entry. Anyone can start a small business, but it's whether that small business can continue in a legal fashion. It does make things trickier, and not everybody runs in a legal fashion. Just to throw that out there. Some people don't pay insurance, and that's a scary thing. So, yeah. Do you have any feelings on this, Danielle?
Yeah, I think it's really easy to forget that it's not just the yarn. It's the time, the effort. People are often taking time away from their families as well to get work done, and it can be really hard to separate work life from home life sometimes when your work is all around you. Yeah. Chantal, I know you mentioned, you were up till midnight doing stuff. Like, can you imagine if you worked for, any other business and you're expected to work till midnight? Doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
It's a small business.
And then be up and be going again. So.
Yeah, exactly. The small business is hard, and it's challenging, but it's also really, really amazing.
And it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. I don't mean to be, I'm like this negative, like, rah, don't do this thing. No, I don't mean to be that. I just know that I've had a lot, like I've been running my business now for 9 years, and there've been a lot of lessons, and some of them harder than others. And I don't want people to make the same mistakes that I made. I want people to enjoy the whole process and not go, well, don't do that. And so it's just things to be aware of and things to be cautious of. Jane M says that we're entertaining her while she is at work, so that is cool.
That's excellent.
Barbara popped in another comment here. She's like, we have to value our traders more, respect and accept that if we can't afford to enjoy what's there, perhaps buy something small if we're cash poor. And Barbara, that is absolutely the truth, because I know for myself, I could not always afford hand-dyed yarn. It's that simple. Sometimes hand-dyed yarn was just straight up out of my budget. And I think at some stage everybody has been in that boat. That sometimes you just can't afford hand-dyed, or you can afford one skein. And so being able to, even just the thing to remember is, I've got a video on my YouTube channel. It's a bit old now. I should probably remake it now that everything's, better. But the thing to remember is there's so many ways you can support small businesses and that you appreciate and that you enjoy, even without actually spending a cent. Because sometimes you can't. For whatever reason, you cannot. And especially now in these hard times, a lot of people have lost their jobs. And it's tricky. Life is tricky. But what you can do is you can share their social media posts. You can comment on their social media posts. Clicking a like, sharing it with the group. We were talking about the other day, there's a lot of groups on Facebook that we think would benefit and enjoy the fact that the Big Wool Show is a thing. But according to the group rules, none of us can share it with the group because it's promotion. And I get that and I understand it. Being members in groups and actually running groups myself, promotion's a tricky thing. But we also know that this is such a cool thing that we're like, why wouldn't anyone want to know about it? And so it's very hard. So you can share the posts, and that hasn't cost you a cent other than using internet, admittedly, which is a cost as well. But if you've already got the internet, it's not anything additional. But there's so many fun things you can do, and you can build relationships with people, and it's a really fun community to become part of, and you don't have to spend to be a part of that community.
I think so, and I think like what we're doing here, this is just fun. So it's for everyone.
Right. That's right. Everybody, I'm just wiggling around because I was actually sliding off my plate.
And I think that was like something that I'm really passionate about, is just making things accessible to people as well, which is why I put all the classes up for free. So everything we've got here, we wanted to make sure that everyone could enjoy it. Even if you, in a situation where you can't sort of buy yarn, you can at least, have a look at what you got at home and have a play and, enter the competitions. There's so many people running competitions.
There's so many competitions, honestly. Like Yarn Trader was saying, if you just join her email list, you go into a draw to win some beautiful yarn.
Yep, and we also will be having we have a competition. We'll be running on Instagram for the Big Wool Show. So basically, we're just asking you what you like best about the Big Wool Show. Let us know on Instagram and use a hashtag. It's hashtag BWS Cocoa Knits, and you actually just go into by doing that, you can go into the running to win a Cocoa Knits prize pack. It's actually valued at $130. So so we were really, really lucky to have Skein Sisters in Sydney. They've actually donated the prize for that. So it's really, really amazing that Skein Sisters have done that for us. Yeah. and organised for Julie to come and talk to us again for free, which is amazing. So enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what we can say, isn't it? Because there's no price, like there's no cost to use the Big Wool Show website. There's no cost to watch these. And that's kind of one of the advantages as well for that we've got for over Bendigo is Bendigo, you do have to pay to enter as well as all the other things. There's a couple of advantages to this that I would say over Bendigo. Hey, I'm warm. Okay. That's the thing. In Bendigo, I'm just never warm. I drive into Bendigo and it's like my body's like, okay, we're like easily 10 degrees below comfortable for the entire 5 days that we're here. Even in the warm houses, you're just like, yeah, no, not warm.
I think for me, I love the cold weather, so I'm all for Bendigo weather.
I like cold weather, don't get me wrong, but I do not like it when it also can cut through my clothes.
Why do you need feeling in your fingers?
Okay, sure. Like, I don't want to knit anything. That's fine. Someone has lost sound. Has anyone else lost sound, or is it just Sue Ellen? Sue Ellen, if it's just you, you can't hear me tell you this, but if it's just you, just refresh. And it might come back. Sorry. Joe Chester's got a question. Where do both of you get your inspiration for your next colour design? Would you like to go first?
Sure. So for me, a bit of everything. So one of the colour releases I did last year was called Coastal. And that was, I went down to Portland. I'd never been to Portland before down in Victoria. If you don't know where that is, it's which direction? If I point in a direction, you're not going to know what direction that is. So I'm going to say it's that way. It's that way.
It's not really, is it? It's the other way.
Yeah. So it's towards, if you're going from Melbourne, you head towards Adelaide, down along the coast. And I was just absolutely blown away with the beauty of the scenery. So they had beautiful sand dunes, cliffs. There's so much culture down there as well. So, there's like 60,000 years of culture down that way, which was just amazing to experience all of that. And I took a lot of photos. While I was there. And when I got back, I was looking through these photos and I was like, I have to put this onto yarn because I think as dyers, that's how we express ourselves. So, taking inspiration from nature is one thing for me. I also use emotion as well and channel emotion into colours. So, I love a bit of that deep and dark mystery. So I've actually got a colorway or a color theme called Shadows. And for me, black clothes, you can probably guess from a little gothy necklace, that's how I am. So I love the dark colors, and I dye some colors just to match that, and just to really sort of have a look at the dark and sort of more ethereal themes that I really, I don't know, like it's not about sadness or anything like that, or it's more about just expressing yourself through yarn. And so I do a bit of that, bit of nature. I sometimes wake up in the morning, I'm like, I really like that color today. And it might be like a sunshine yellow, and I'm feeling sunshine yellow that day. I'm like, you know what? We're dyeing sunshine yellow today.
Yeah,
That's absolutely. What it's like for me. Yeah. How about you?
A couple of things as well. Like, I agree with you, and sometimes it's like, ooh, that's a pretty color, and I just get trapped in it. Like, for me at the moment, it's all the salmons all the time. I don't know what the deal is. It is bizarre. I don't know what happened, and I don't know where it came from, and it just has. And so there's that, but also I don't get out much. Okay, like the reality is I don't get out much. I've got busted knees. Going out is painful, and so I just do what I've got to do and then come home. So I actually spend a lot of time with the television on. And I am a hardcore Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek fan. And so I quite often get a lot of my colorway ideas from cinematography. And different different directors, even on identical series. Like, all you have to do, like for those of you that have ever watched the Harry Potter movies, you look at the first 2 movies and then look at the 3rd movie. They're written by the same person. They've got the same actors. They've got a different director. And everything, the tonal shift in the colors is just profound. Like, so if you're doing, like, we do marathons here. So if you're doing a marathon, it's like bam, 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 bright and colourful and cheery, and Harry's happy, and and then all of a sudden Hagrid's house has moved to the other side of the property. It's magic, so it's allowed to. But all the tones, all the colour, all the sky colours, everything, they've put they've used a different light, but it is
like a gun light and a YouTube light. Different lights.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. We've got different lights. And I love that. And I love looking at the colours that they use. And I also like music. So I tend to take some, and that's a feeling thing, I think. I think that's an emotional thing. So it's kind of like blends on that emotional. But I don't get out much. I tend to look at a lot of Instagram and, live through other people's lives. So I look at other people's photos. One of the things that I do as Fibrific is we have hashtag Fibrific Inspo. If you use that on Instagram about once a month, it's been off for a while and it was due to happen Thursday, this just week gone, and I failed because things to do, people, things to do. But what I do is I actually dye yarn to match your pictures. And I do it live on camera. I actually set a camera up over the top looking into the pots. And I have, like, how I've got the 2 pictures here. I'll have one of them being your photo and one of them being, the dye pot and things like that. And so I take inspiration from other people. So I'm just having a look and see what I've got here. If I've got anything. I don't really. I've got a couple, but they're not. But there's been some amazing ones. So if you look on the Fibrific website, anything under the Fibrific Limited brand, LMTD, that is short runs. They only get done during the live streams. They never get repeated.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, and it's fun. And what I do is I actually give the person whose photo it is first refusal. They are under no obligation to purchase it, like 0. But if they like it and they want it, it was their photo. So they get first dibs. And they've got 24 hours to let me know if they want it. Otherwise, it just goes on the website. And I also normally link up the video. So on the actual page for the listing, the video that I used, that I did it in, is linked as well. So you can actually buy the yarn, take it home, and then watch the live stream back later and watch where I made your yarn.
That is amazing. I love that. So how do people join in for that?
So it is just on Instagram. I did notice someone in the chat saying they don't use Instagram, and I'm very sorry about that. But we do have to try and, spread ourselves, and Instagram's a really good way for photos and things like that. But hashtag Fibrific, FIBERIFICINSPO, and so Fibrific Inspo. Yeah, and then I go through just beforehand, like the day or 2 beforehand, and I'll normally pick a few where they're colored, so I don't have to mix 47,000 colors. I'll go through and pick a few where their colors kind of, they don't have all the colors the same, but they might have a tonal similarity, and go from there. But that's so much fun. It's so much fun. So yeah, we've missed a lot of comments. I'm just having a quick scroll through. Jackie Doyle has thrown up hashtag Fibrific, and then she spelt it wrong. Jackie, you spelt it wrong. Lego says, so I might have done some shopping.
Oh, I want to see.
Oh gosh, you'll have to join into the Fibrific Zoom chat tonight. I'm sure she'll show us all tonight. There we go. She's fixed it. It's better when I spell it right. Oh dear. Apparently I just don't love you anymore, which is why I have not been sharing your comments. Here we go. Leanne has written, it's such a thrill to watch a live dye stream, and awesome if your photo is the inspiration behind the dye.
Oh, that's so good.
It is, and like I can only imagine what it would be like having someone to dye my photo. But I try to keep it interactive so that if you happen to be watching live as well, you can have a bit of input. Like, it's your photo. If you want a few more speckles, just let me know and I'll throw some more speckles in. You know, it's like that sort of thing. But the one of the really big. Sorry, you go.
Orcs. I was just going to say, it's an amazing way to get a custom colorway done.
Well, and it's the only way you'll get one out of me.
Lucky dip.
I don't do custom dyeing, so it's the only way to get a custom colorway of Fiberific.
You've got to be in it to win it, guys. It's like a custom colorway lotto.
It is custom, and I'll go back, like, you know, say you put in a photo like 3 months ago or something, and I didn't do it then. Doesn't mean I'm not going to do it in the future. I'm just going to nab it. The catch is you have to have a public account. I have to be able to see it. If you don't have a public account, I can't see the photo, and then I also can't legally share it. And that's the thing to remember, is it needs to be your photo, because I don't want to be dealing with any copyright issues, and YouTube is like king of the copyright. So if I show a photo that's not mine and the owner of the photo comes at me, I don't have a leg to stand on, and I could actually lose my channel. So I'm not going to risk it. So it needs to be your photo with the Fiberific hashtag, and basically using that hashtag gives me permission to screenshot it so that I can use it and have it on the screen. So at the same time as being all in the pans and pretty, your photo's right there as well, so everybody can see it. And the other thing is, that's been a really amazing tool, is for people who watch the live dyes, they understand that just because it looks like that in the pan doesn't mean it'll look like that when it's dry. Because, as you know, it changes a little. It gets a little lighter as it dries. And so, yeah, that's also a thing that my poor Fiberific viewers have learned.
So they see this super bright pink, and it comes out a little pastel.
A little muted, a bit pastel. It's like, I can tell you what happened. Lots of things. Jackie's just telling me that I spell fibre wrong. And you're right, Jackie, I do. And it was a conscious decision, because Fiberific didn't work.
Fiberific. Yeah, that's true. Doesn't roll off the tongue.
It just doesn't do it. And like, even though I know we would say it as Fiberific because we're Australians and that's how we spell fibre, the reality is Fiberific ships internationally, and I needed lots of people to be able to say it. It's very selfish of me. I know. Jackie says, I'm trying to work here. Okay, Jackie. No, the live dye streams are not being cancelled this week. And cancelling this. No, that's right. I haven't done them for a little while. One of the things we were talking about before about dyeing with emotion. I was struggling a little during COVID, and I struggled very hard to do any dyeing at all. The colours I was getting, I wasn't happy with, and it made it awkward. When you have a creative job, and your creativity has to be on tap all the time, and generally it's not an issue, but this is like, we've never been in this situation before in our world, and I had lots of issues. I have a lot of breathing issues. Like, I only have a 70% lung capacity, and so knowing that, and knowing that people in Australia and specifically were not being as cautious as they could be, put my life at risk. And that was in my brain every single day. If you go out, you can bring home a disease that will kill you. And that's if you just go to the post office, or if you go to the shop. It's not like you know, doing anything dangerous. You are going to buy dinner food at the shopping, and you could come home with something that could potentially kill you. And so that was in my brain constantly, and it was so negative, and it was so hard to get past. And I think my Nana's locks did it, that colorway. Because I just kept trying to push through, because Mystery Lace Club had to keep going out. So there was at least once a month that I was dyeing. Sometimes it was being delayed because of various issues, but we've just about caught up now, and then the yarn hasn't arrived. But my Nana's locks hair colorway, I don't know what happened. Just something happened, and it released all I think just thinking about my Nana and what she grew up with and things like that. And I think that really, I don't know, I'm not 100% okay with everything, but I'm definitely in a much healthier mindset than I was a few months ago. And that's another catch of being a dyer and working your creative passion is sometimes your brain does not want to play.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a block like that where you really struggled hard to get through it?
Oh, look, like, yeah, I'm not going to lie. It happens. It happens. And it does happen more often than people would think. But I think that's just part of being human, you know, and it's the difference between, you know, you just rock up to a job 9 to 5 and you just get through the day versus having to work for yourself. If you're having an off day or an off week or an off month, you know, that can really impact your output. So, yeah. Absolutely. And it's really tough. And I think it's really important that people recognize that and just really look after yourself.
It's really important.
Yeah, and just take time out. Like if you're not feeling it, just take the day off, take the night off, give yourself permission to rest and recoup and recover. And you know what? Knitting is great for that. And I find
that.
Yeah, crochet. I love to sit down and crochet because I don't have to concentrate on anything. I can just, you know, I don't even have to follow a pattern. I can just make a beanie, just basic rib stitch and create something. And that sort of helps get that feeling, you know, back. So it's good.
That was one of the things that during this time, one of the things that I was doing was regular nightly Zoom chats with the Fibre Friends. And one of the things that I realized is I was getting a bit sad and a bit down about all my events being cancelled and looking at like the state of my business and things like that. But one thing I realized is I had so much more time to just craft, to just crochet something. I've made 3 blankets this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I know. Like normally I'm lucky with 1 in 12 months. I did 2 by the end of May, and I just finished another one. Now, the last one has been a little different because what we did as a group was we all made 16 8-inch squares. They all got shipped to me here, and then I divvied them up, and everybody got a square that everybody made.
Oh, that's so special.
And then we've all joined it up. So we've all made 16 squares. We just didn't keep that 16 for ourselves. I've kept 1, and then I've got 15 from all the other girls. And
I love that.
Yeah, and we're calling it our ISO Zoomy rug.
Yeah. It's so nice because you wrap yourself up in it, and you got all your friends there with you while you can't like hang out in person. That's a really nice.
Exactly right. And it also reminds you that it was a rough time, but you know what? Your friends can help you get through. Absolutely. And your crochet can help you get through. Because I crocheted most of my squares.
Yeah, I'm knitting too. So like all the knitters, you're just like, what is this crochet talk?
Yeah, that's the thing. I knit and crochet, and I'm like total school of both deserve a place at the table. I personally think crocheted jumpers are not normally my thing. Could be because I'm in Queensland and I do not need that level of thickness. Whereas I don't like knitted blankets. I prefer crocheted blankets. So I like both, and I'm glad I can do both.
I can't knit. It's never agreed with me. So
yeah,
I don't know what it is. Those knitting needles, they just look at me and they're like, no, we don't
what
like
you need to jump onto the Fibre YouTube channel and check out Continental Knitting for Crocheters.
You reckon that's going to fix me?
I know it will fix you, but it might give you another perspective to look at it from.
Okay. I'll give it a go. I'm not making any promises.
And neither am I. Oh my gosh, it's been so cool. Like I just realized the time. Like we've got our next attendee is getting ready to jump in, and I've just looked at the time. We have been chatting for an hour and a half. Just chatting.
I love it. But we've got to do this big wool show every week. I love it.
No. Like we can definitely do it every year. I'm like, I'll put my head up for every year. like once a year.
If I can figure out a way to get paid for doing this, like
Oh my gosh.
great.
You know how you could get paid? You could have charged stall holders a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm
Not to
doing
get
this.
into too much private detail here, but as a stall holder, I looked at the amount you charged us, and I'm just like, is that it? Like for all the work you've done?
Yeah,
like
it's all about the community.
Honestly.
It's all about just, a big giant virtual hug for everyone that we haven't been able to catch up, haven't been able to meet up. So
yeah, and that's the thing. Like this weekend, you and I would normally have been chatting in real life.
Yeah,
and
or just madly going, "Hi, sorry, got to go back to my stall."
Yeah, as I'm running to the bathroom, hi. Yeah. I've just got to run over to this line and wait for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then wash my hands in icy cold water that the germs could never survive.
Yep.
Kathy Bryce is saying you should totally join us on some Fiberific lives. We do it every week, every Thursday.
I'll jump in for sure.
Absolutely. Now that I'm getting used to this amazing software, I can totally have guests. So I've only had one guest, and she was in real life. She came to Fiberific. Except for Kim. Kim counts too, and Andrea. They come in on live die days to run around and help. But like an actual specific guest, it'd be awesome. So Danielle, I think Wendy is ready. Wendy, can you pop a thumb into your camera just so I can see if you're ready, or a nod or something, just so that I know that you're ready for us? Okay, I'm glad that was your thumb, because that was
Oh, it's going to be a wild ride, guys. Hang on.
Get ready. We're going to be crossing. That sound official. We're going to be chatting with Wendy from Beersheba. Danielle, thank you so much. And I am sure we're going to be chatting with you more. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Wendy now while you're still here, so you can say hi too. Because we can do this.
This is wild.
Yay. There we go. We got Wendy. She's in her shop.
Wendy, hello.
Oh, hello. Are you warmer than we would normally be?
A bit warmer than you'd normally be. Agreed. I'm in a long sleeve t-shirt. Also 3/4 leg pants and thong.
You're not seeing me today because I'm not quite in, my hair's not having a good day, and the selfie stick doesn't want to work with my screen at the moment, so it's like, stuff.
Oh no, technical glitches are the worst.
We might have it fixed by tomorrow.
Absolutely. That's the thing, because we're going to be running, these live chats are running all weekend. Not the whole day, obviously, because at some stage I do need to sleep. So from 10 till 2, every day of this show, there'll be live chats running with different people popping in and out. Danielle, where can they go to see the list so they can make sure they don't miss the trader they want to see?
I've got today's list up. I will be adding the rest of the speakers on this afternoon on the speakers page. So if you head to thebigwoolshow.com, click on the speakers tab, there'll be a list up there this afternoon for you.
Oh, excellent.
Yay.
So that way everybody knows who's going to be coming on. And then, Danielle and I had a big chat today. It wasn't listed. So if you just happen to hang around and have it sitting in the background, you never know what you're going to get. So, all right. So I'm going to say goodbye, Danielle, and we will see you later.
Bye, Danny.
Oh, that audio is really bad. It's a robot at Beersheba. All right. I'll see you later, Danielle. Be good.
Thank you. See you.
So we've got Wendy at Beersheba Farm. Wendy has made a display for all of us to look through. So Wendy, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to give you the big solo layout. There you go. You show us all the goodies.
Well, I decided that I try and have a bit on display anyway. Normally, because we got back from Bendigo last year and we went, right, where are we going to store all the fluff? And then we made the wall. Because why wouldn't you? Yes.
Why does my brain make that sound like a door from Toy Story movie?
Yeah, so that means that, like, when any of the local spinning groups come, or if people ring up and say, hey, we're going past, I mean, obviously not at this particular point in time, they can come, and I've got a little bit of a shop on farm. So it's handy. So, but I did have to tidy up. And it's mostly tidy.
It's mostly tidy. I like that.
Yeah. Well, I've got an area down the back you can't see. No.
Oh, well.
I have a fair bit of fleece, and the fleece tests didn't come back in time. They've come back today. So I have a fair bit of fleece that I need to label with all the. Yes, it needs rehoming, but I hadn't listed it on the website yet because I didn't have the microns for it. So, and I do like to be accurate with my microns, you see. So I send them away to be tested. And but anyway, these are some of the odd fleeces, like, oh, we can't sell this normally because it's too long. And
oh no, it's too long. That's terrible.
Yep. And then there was this little one. I actually got this one tested because I'm not sure if I'm going to let this one go yet. Actually, this is a little English lesson.
Writing it down, but maybe not.
Yeah. So that's a little English Leicester Cross Merino, and
just look at the crimp in there.
Sorry.
Look at the crimp on that fleece. Drool.
Yeah, I know.
I'm so glad I'm not on camera
nice
right
boy.
now.
Yes, well, I mean, you are a lot safer than, sort of when you're just down the other side of the flower shed.
Yeah. So for everybody who is watching our live stream here today, Wendy is quite often, well, always in the flower pot shed, which is basically she's on the other side of the little shed, but down the lane just a dash. And so I stand at my stall staring at Wendy's stall the whole time, and I just end up spending a lot of my
at least like, I turned the wall away from you.
Like, imagine staring at that for 8 hours a day and then walking away with none.
I mean, it's bad enough that you have to stare at Charlie's stuff.
Oh, I know. That's worse.
All right.
Doesn't like any of you.
So what's interesting is that for some reason, while I'm on a live stream, I can point the camera at these scarves that I did, which are they're silk scarves that I've dyed with eucalyptus.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
And the pattern shows up. Whereas if I try to take a photo of it, I can't get it to photograph for anything.
Oh, I know. You know what? I've got
why is it so?
That aren't on my website, or on my website but with no photos, because
they're just so hard.
Get a decent photo.
I know. It's really frustrating.
That's so beautiful. So I have a question.
Yep.
How would somebody watching be able to buy those beautiful silks from you? Is there a way they can message you and ask?
They are listed on the website, but as I said, some of the photos look a bit meh. But well, they've all got a stock number. I don't know. It might be a bit hidden if you're a customer. Oh no, it should show. It should show up, but they do have stock numbers on them because, well, I mean, I get them mixed up.
As we do.
Yeah. Oops, better not look at the vest behind there. This dark one was interesting. It photographed really flat and ick. But see, there you can see the print. Yeah, see, that's what happens when you double dye it, and then you go, oops, I was a bit heavy on the iron there. But but what happens is you put them, like, if you've got buds of eucalyptus flower buds, and then you get these little imprints. And I couldn't bear to iron them. Why would I iron them out? I mean, they're so cute. There.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I mean, and what an excuse to not iron, honestly. I can't iron it because it's prettier when I don't.
That's right. Well, it's the whole sort of crushed silk thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So anyway, that they are there. If in doubt, ping me through a message. Obviously not while I'm doing this, because otherwise oh, wait a minute. 614. Someone's still watching the wall down here, are they?
I think they might be 6 from the, they must have paused it or something. I'm not sure. Friday,
I don't know how they count so fast. Oh, I know. Is this the one? That one got dyed yesterday evening, dried overnight, photographed this morning, and it's now on the website. That's merino, and it's in the circus colorway. And I know one's already gone, so good luck.
If you want one of the circus colorway. Oh my gosh, that's special.
I'm going to do some Castledale in that this afternoon. I just ran out of time. I do have one in the Duchess colorway, which means it's got the silk in it as well. So, and the silk is this is so fun to dye because the silk takes up the colour differently, as you'd know.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks beautiful.
Yeah. So anyway, yes, so the bright coloured one, that circus, I was pretty happy with that actually. That's the best one I've done, I think, it's a circus.
I was telling Danielle how you swear by your dehumidifier, and I can imagine that would have been pumping hard last night to get that fibre dry today.
It does. It's made a huge, like last year for Bendigo, I had it going, and by the time you use the spin dryer to spin the excess water out, and then you put the dehumidifier on, you just about don't even need a fan on in here. It just, boom, dry.
Wow.
It's really good.
It's awesome.
And it saves any.
Like, everyone needs to keep an eye on Beersheba yarn and keep going back every day, because there's new stuff coming up each time, so you can check stuff out.
Yeah, I did run out of time. I apologise, and I was up till.
You are not alone, Wendy. You are not alone.
Didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but hey, we got most of it online, so we're all good.
Woohoo!
So what we have is, oh no, Jackie, that's really bad. Feel free to pop me through a message as to, hopefully, if something you wanted is one of my newer colorways, then I actually write things down now, so there's a better chance. I know it's not totally organic. I apologize. And so I've got a better chance of basically repeating them, or at least the color range will be right.
Yeah.
So we have the whites, because as we know, I have my sheep. They might come tomorrow. We'll see how we go. If the internet holds up, we might do it out in the paddock if it's not too windy.
That'd be great. We get to go and hang out with the sheep.
I know. Well, something a little bit different. So what have I got? So I've got my Castledale and the Duchess, which I know is the one that you really liked. Squish,
I really like the Duchess. Yes.
Yeah.
I may go over to Wendy's stall at Bendigo and just stand there talking to it and just pat the Duchess the whole time. It's not creepy at all. It's not creepy.
Yep.
Please tell me it's not creepy.
It's not creepy. It's a perfectly legit. Yes. Oh, okay, Jackie. Yes, I think it's a little bit like actually being at Bendigo. If you're not, the quick and the dead in the first half an hour.
Yeah.
But people can't be in every shop at once. You just have to know which shops they're in.
Exit one and go back and go into the next. And I do believe a lot of the hand dyers, or maybe not a lot, but I know some of the hand dyers are definitely adding new stuff for every day. Maybe not intentionally doing it, because I'll be adding stuff at different stages just because I ran out of time and didn't plan well enough. And so keep heading back to the different stalls each day just to check to see if they were able to do an update overnight. Because as I'm talking about, we were chatting with Danielle earlier, a lot of us are small dyers and we don't work standard business hours. Saturday night at 11 o'clock could be working time.
Yeah, I'm usually in bed, but yes. I have to get up early.
Yeah, you've got the animals. You also care for these amazing animals. Oh, I don't know how you do it.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun.
Fun.
Shit! Did I?
Oh, and we've lost Wendy. I hope she can come back. And she, we can't edit her words. So we'll see if she pops back in to the chat. In the meantime, luckily, I wasn't away from the desk. I didn't know I did that. So that's good to know. It just drops me back in. So if anybody watching, we're just going to keep an eye out for Wendy and see if she comes back in. If anyone's got any questions for Wendy or for any of the other guests that they have been asking, or even me, I mean, I might be able to answer. I'm pretty opinionated. Make sure you pop them into the chat here. We can see them pop up. Wendy is working on coming back in. I can see that she is coming back. Here we go. I'm going to see if we can add her in. I'm just going to give her a little second to get ready. Jackie says that there's too many things and she can't decide. We're just going to bring Wendy back and see how she goes. Hey, Wendy.
Sorry, I pressed a button I shouldn't have. There was a little button that said chat down the bottom. I said, oh, someone sent me a message, and within the software you're using it, and so I pressed it, and then it kicked me out.
Ah, okay.
I'm going to ignore that from now on. I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to focus on our task here. Sorry. Yes.
Oh.
So, yes, we have a wall of colour, which is fun. Yes. Okay. That's the closest we're getting to Gilbert today.
Okay, but Gilbert is getting some sort of special kind of, we get to hang out with Gilbert at some stage over the weekend, right?
Yeah, we might do that well, it depends which sheep you want to see tomorrow. If you want to see the ones, the really cuddly ones, or yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't tend to cuddle the rams much.
No, I can understand why you wouldn't. But so this is Gilbert. He's got his big pokey horns, and he likes to use them.
He knows how to use them too. Yes,
I bet he does. We've got Colleen is saying hi, Wendy. Long time no see.
Hi, Colleen. Yes. No. Well, up here, he you can see that it's.
Oh yes.
You can just see in the photo actually that it's rams and trees and things with it. Yeah.
Oh yes,
gosh. That's what rams do. They ram things.
They ram things, and that's probably why they're called rams.
Correct. Yes.
Do you think the word ram named the male sheep before ram was the word meaning to butt up against things?
I would suspect so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, what they do is they would ram things. So
yeah. So I'm just like wondering. I wonder which came first: the name for the male sheep as ram, or the fact that something can ram a thing. Anyway,
probably the name of the sheep. Probably the name of the sheep.
Daniel Osborne says, I love Gilbert. I always stalk him in the sheep shed at Bendy. I don't think he enjoys me trying to get selfies with him.
He's a very interesting ram. He's really quite different to a lot of other rams. He totally cool dude. And you'd be well, I mean, usually they can all get very stroppy, but he tries to sort of be aloof and, all superior or something. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
He's the star and he knows it. He's being a bit diva.
Yes, well, when I had an incident earlier in the year when a ram was getting beaten up, and he and Gilbert just kind of stood back and was sort of watching, because he's like the top dog, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I wanted to try and get the other one out, but of course he wasn't halter trained, so I grabbed Gilbert and I thought, well, maybe they'll all follow Gilbert, and actually they did. But he walks very deliberately. He doesn't rush. So you get caught with,
Yeah. Your internet's a little bit laggy today, I think.
Having to take your time.
Yeah.
So this is.
What I was about to say, what
this
is
is
this pile of goodness that we can see?
This is all the Duchess that I haven't got dyed yet. It is very laggy today. I apologise.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean the colours are on the shelf. The colours are on the shelf, but they just haven't been labelled. I decided to prioritise certain tasks, and
yes, and sometimes that has to happen.
Anyway, so it does. But mind you, there is a colour in here that you ever find that there's the odd colour that you can't photograph for quits, and yeah, I had a lot of trouble with this one. It's sort of mauvey colour. Anyway,
mauve in it.
Yeah, and it's primarily or mostly taken up on the silk. So,
gosh, that'd be so subtle and beautiful to spend. I like Dutch. I'm just writing that. Does that colorway happen to have a name?
Well, it is going to be evening gown, and at the moment, evening gown is the Duchess in an evening gown is not listed as having stock, but I can change that. It's just that the colorway is going to look a bit insipid. But I might just put it up anyway, and well, you will know, and that means that
I will know,
no one else will get it, huh?
I might just get it all. For me, it's selfish. And that's one thing that those of us that are getting to watch these videos and watch them live is we get to see something with a different perspective. And so sometimes you may look at something and go, well, that's not for me. But then when it's put with another color or something and it's just a perfect match. And that's one of the huge advantages. Also, they get to ask you questions. So if you've got questions for Wendy, make sure you jump into the chat here and ask those questions, and I'll get them up on screen for you.
I mean, I'll get them eventually. I mean, like, I know I'm lagging, but I'll get them eventually.
It doesn't take that long. It doesn't take that long. I can always just ask it as well. Like, if that way you don't have to worry about it coming up on your screen. What is on this amazing rack of this beautiful hand-dyed yarn?
Okay. Yes. So this is my rack of Maggie's sock yarn. So this is the Australian-made yarn. So it's non-superwash. It has not been offshore. So it's processed in Victoria, scoured and spun in Victoria. And these are the colours that are in the kits.
Oh, that's right.
That was really hard. Yeah.
So anyone who's watching this and hasn't yet watched Wendy's interview over on the, is it classes pages, Danielle? I can't remember if it's, I'm not sure where the interviews are sitting. Are they on the classes page?
No, I think they're on a different page. I can't remember. I did see it this morning, but
I can't. I'm just going to pop it into
another computer.
Hang on a second. So anyway, there's an interview that we did with the speakers page. Thank you. So if you go to the it's on the speakers page. If you go to thebigwoolshow.com/speakers, you get to see all the interviews that I've been doing over the last sort of week or so with all the with a lot of different people, and we've shown this amazing shawl that Wendy has had designed by Dominic Trad, and Wendy's got this beautiful kit using that gorgeous blue, and was it a cream? Oh, there we go. Wendy's got the pattern there.
It's a really pale blue.
Yeah.
But it's got hints of mauve in it as well. It's not coming up right on this camera.
That's all right, and that happens. But the pattern
it doesn't look right to me. That's probably a little bit better.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So yeah, a nice and easy to do, because she explains things so well. She's awesome.
Her patterns are really well made. Yeah, definitely. And
yes, and I adore using the tick sheets. So.
Oh, the tick sheets just make life easy.
Oh, yeah, because it says, like, you should be at X number of stitches at this point. And you go, oops, I'm out, or yes, I'm right. And you can go tick.
It makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. So if you pop over to the Big Wool Show and check out Wendy's, I nearly called you Jenny, I don't know why. Wendy's page, it has some links for Wendy's page, and then you can see the kits that are available to make that shawl and what's in it. There's a couple of different kit versions, and so you've got some choices to make. And there's gorgeous bags too. Have you got your bags handy?
Yes. Yep. Look, I've got the bag this time. There we go. Yeah. There she is. So that's the little this is the project bag that'll come with the deluxe version of the kit. Oh. And so that's one of my little English Leicesters. Isn't she pretty?
She's gorgeous. So, has she got is that a pin on her ear, or is that her tag?
No, it's a tag, and she's really, really smart, and so it's actually turned around. So that bit there was meant to be down here, but she's swiveled it.
With how the camera's looking, it just looks like a little pink bow. It looks intentional. So cute.
What? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. You know.
We'll take it. And so that's the deluxe kit gets that bag.
Absolutely, yes.
So that's awesome.
Correct.
I love it. And so they get the skeins of yarn that they need, a printed copy of the pattern, as well as
printed copy. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they get the printed copy, there'll be a code on it so they can download a digital copy from the Ravelry store at Dominique's. Yeah, so that's all pretty fun and exciting.
I totally haven't added your name and these descriptions like purpley pink and hunt for this colour with exclamation marks list at all. I've definitely not done that.
Yeah. Well, these are the ones I had the most fun with, because this is my vampire set, you see. So I've got the because I do a vampire set in well, I started doing it in Duchess actually. So that's in a Duchess meets a vampire at dusk. It's actually darker than what it's coming up on the screen. Anyway, and I decided to try it with the yarn.
Look at that.
It didn't split quite as nicely as it does on the silk, but it's still got,
it's really moody now.
The pattern doesn't need a hugely variegated one. What was that, sorry?
It's very moody.
Yes. And then the darker one that goes with it is this one. And this is Vampire at Midnight, as you do. Now, what's interesting is, now here's a lesson for all the people who watch the die. This is, wait a sec, I've just accidentally. I was trying to get that skein colour.
Yeah.
And that's what happened on that base.
Yes.
Nothing like. So I used about.
Yeah.
Used about twice as much dye, and that's what I got. So then I had. So that works. It's just different. So there you go.
Yeah. Wow. That's a really important fact to remember is for people that are asking dyers to do specific things on different bases, or dyers just having a go, is that the different bases, even though it's like wool and nylon or, wool and silk, and your base could be nearly identical, depending on how it's milled, what kind of wool it is, what kind of silk, the dye will take differently across your different bases.
So that's a merino. That's a 22 micron merino, and it's not superwash. Whereas this one down here is this is my bell, what's left of my bell yarn, my saucy bell yarn, and it's a machine wash. It's still Australian merino, but it just goes to show what difference like the milling will do.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, it's not anything that the individual dyer can really control. I mean, we just have to adapt how much dye we use and things like that. But some colours just really change from base to base to base.
They really do. I'm just looking for a really good example where I've used exactly the same amount of dye. Well, I mean, with my vampire colourway, that's on the Castledale, and that's on the.
Yeah, it's definitely like to us. It definitely looks pinker on the Duchess versus the Castledale.
Is that one, and then yes, yeah, it just the silk. When the silk's in there, the colours split because the silk takes it up so fast. It's so fun to dye, honestly. I usually pick all the colours that split because it's just fun.
You want the silk to have that fun, don't you?
I know. The only trouble is it does make them a wee bit harder to 100% replicate because you never quite know what's going to do.
But isn't that part of the fun and part of the charm of hand dyed? If we want like a commercial grade dye, we'll just buy commercial yarn. If we want something that has personality and is going to be that little bit different each time, go hand dyed every time.
Yes, I mean, I've given up trying to get even dyes because with my rainwater, it's already pretty acidic anyway.
Yeah,
and
that changes things so much.
Yeah, like if you're on town water and your pH of the water's usually about, well, in Australia, be sort of 7 to 7.6 or something, you'll end up with much easier results in one sense. If I'm not careful, everything will strike before I've even, got the acid in.
That's a really important factor. Is a lot of us are using what's called acid dyes, and so the acidity or the alkalinity of the water makes a huge difference. And it could even be like I'm on town water and I notice differences from days to days. And so I have to check and look and decide what I'm going to do because they may do something to the water supply over one night or something. That might be the day where they actually open the valve for something. When you drink it, you can't really taste a difference. But when you use it for something like dyeing, you do notice a marked difference.
Yeah, well, even with rainwater, if you've had something like a thunderstorm or whatever, if it picks up more nitrogen and atmospheric stuff on the way down, it will lower it. And so normal pure rainwater can be anywhere from 4.5 to 6.5. It just really depends.
Yep. And that's a huge difference to town water.
Yeah, well, some colours need more acid anyway, so I've got that easy peasy. But getting them to even up is just so not going to happen.
We've got Hannah from Rosehip Island who said this is good for getting my spinning mojo back.
Yay,
Hannah, if
for
you
spinning.
haven't tried Duchess or any of Beersheba's fibres, you really just need to get in there and have a go. Honestly, it's amazing.
All three of them spin really well.
Yes, I have Duchess and I have your and Castledale. I don't actually have any of your Merino. I need to rectify it. I know. I will sort it out.
The latest batch that I got done this year is so buffy. I actually increased the when I got the last lot done, it's actually about 22 sort of grams per meter, so it's a little bit sort of thinner as a top. But the last batch is 28.
Oh my god!
It's squishy. I went to go soak it before I dyed it, and I had to use a bigger tub. Because it just buffed right up. It's like, oops.
Well, the second they hit water, they just like expand.
Yeah.
Oh my god! So funny! Wow.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you want to make sure that everybody knows? Like we've got 65 people watching us right now, and then we have those that'll watch the replay. Is there anything in particular that we need to know?
Okay, well, something I've done different for this year now, and my website, because my website's up all the time.
Yeah.
But because I didn't get everything finished,
Yes.
and so there's a good chance that tomorrow I'll put something up and you'll go, oh, I want that. But of course, if you hadn't bought this beautiful thing right today, you'd miss out.
Yeah.
So if you purchase something, you make an order, that there's a flat postal rate now of $8 Australia-wide.
Yeah.
And then if you do another order, use the coupon extra, and then that will make sure that your order goes together with the previous one and that you don't get charged extra for postage. Okay?
Oh, that's awesome. So people can put
just add to your order
and just put a bit in each day, and then just keep using extra after the first one, and they can just have everything combined postage and not have to worry. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I thought that would be the most,
I think that's
fun.
awesome. It's going to be fun for you, and it'll be awesome for everybody who wants to keep an eye on and not miss out on the things they see today, but also want to come back tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm going to destroy this name, Colhoun King. I'm sorry if I've just trashed your name to death.
Was this the squishy one?
The squishy one. I think that was the one you were squishing and pinching before. So
okay,
I'm not
so
sure.
It's a merino teal.
It's merino in teal.
Yes.
So that is a gorgeous colour. That's not at all.
The colour's actually better here. Do you notice?
At all. Like those people that know me know that me and teal are pretty good mates.
I just don't like photographing it.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
I have to hit the teal up pretty hard in Lightroom to get it to go to actually the colour that it really is.
I'm sure there are tricks.
There are some tips and tricks and what have you once you get some additional softwares, but I don't understand. I don't understand a lot of things. I don't understand why some cameras really struggle hard with purples, blues, and teals. Like you can get amazing greens and you can get amazing pinks, but the second you put a purple or a blue or the teal in, it just goes, nah, I'm going to make it dull and grey.
There's something about the lens, but I'm getting better. I fiddle with the pro settings on my phone now because all my photography is done with the phone because I don't have a working other camera, so I do try and get.
Hey, look, I'm not going to mobile phone cameras are really stepping it up a notch.
Yes. But it is only a Samsung 8. It's completely out of date now.
Yeah, but the Samsungs have rocking cameras. My husband's got a 7 Plus, and it's got a great camera on it.
Yep. Okay.
Marie Wills is saying extra is awesome. I'll definitely be adding to my order.
Thanks, Marie.
Widow says for photographing products is she's written last favourite, but I think
I think least. We thoroughly agree.
Yeah, I'm joining hating the photos part of my business. Although I actually enjoy it when they work. Like I enjoy doing the photos, just not when the colours don't work. Does that make sense? I'm so fussy.
Yeah. Yeah, when you can get them to line up and it just goes ping, 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 it's just awesome.
Yeah, and it feels good. You feel like you've done a good job.
Correct.
Oh, back to the fleeces. Can we go back to the fleeces?
Yep. Okay, is there any particular fleece you want to look at? How about a baby English Leicester fleece? This was only sort of taken off.
I definitely want to look at that.
Okay.
And you know what, guys? Until you start asking questions and putting things out, we're just going to look at what I want to look at.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to look at something else, let me know, and I'll make sure that Wendy knows. Look at that! Oh my God!
So this is a first fleece, and so it's got the little lamb tips. Oops, the camera's not liking that. Hang in there. Where we got some nice little lammy tips there.
Wow!
Hello, little curlies.
They're nearly like mohair curls.
Yes. And then as they get older, they'll be more sort of crimpy, and they'll sort of go round and round. But the staple on most of the lambs, because they were nearly 12 months old when they had their first shearing, it's about, it washed up to about nearly 30 centimetres.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Wow.
wait a sec, I'll see if I can drag one out. Some of them are a little bit, depending on where I've got it on the fleece, you see there.
And also you only have one hand, so you can't support.
Yes, it's a little, it is awkward looking at fleeces and photographing
awkward.
at the same time.
Yeah. Gosh,
So
that's gorgeous.
they will go on. I've got quite a few baby fleeces. Most of them are, well, this one's 1.5 kilos. So I'll be happy enough to split some or
And what's
some nice little crimpy stuff going on in there?
For that sort of fleece.
I usually sell my English Leicester for $20 to $25 a kilo.
Yeah, lovely.
If it's by the kilo.
Yeah. Obviously more if you have
small
to break
amounts
it
of fiddly and
and they still require packaging.
Correct, and that's
and weighing and all the things.
Yeah. And we did do some dyeing of English Leicester. They're dirty little critters.
Gosh.
But anyway, but I do have some washed.
Colour.
I've scoured some. Now this was, in comparison to the other one, this was a fleece where it was only 6 months growth.
Yeah.
And and it was so curly, I thought, why leave it get to 12 months and be harder to shear, whatever. So this will, if you want to run this through the cart, it's not too long to run through the carder if you want, or you can felt with it, because look at the little curlies.
They are so cute. They are so cute. Gaming Widows are saying, ooh, I think I need a fleece. I think if you need a fleece, you need to hit up, definitely go and check out Wendy's site for sure.
Yep, so these will probably be on tomorrow. I'm not 100%. Oh, well, actually, what I've washed so far is up on the site. But I'll probably have to wash some more. You might just have to.
Okay. So Danielle Osmond has a question, and she's saying, talk to me about the Drysdales and carpet wool. Where does that wool go, and what is it used for? Is it used for commercial carpeting?
Okay, what I'm going to do is, if I'm going to open this bag of Drysdale, I'm coming over here away from my other fleeces.
Okay, that tells us a few things straight away, like, ooh, gross.
No. It's, you know how alpaca is medullated and hollow?
Yeah.
Well, so is the Drysdale.
Oh, okay.
But the other thing about the Drysdale, sorry for the crunching bags here.
That's all right. We made you open a plastic bag.
Yeah, you made me open a plastic bag. Okay. This is a 6 month. Their fleeces don't hang together like other sheep.
Okay.
It's in these long staples, just like this, you see, and so it just sort of they don't stick together unless you start getting to 12 months growth, and then they'll start to catch a little bit at the bottom and sort of stick to each other like a normal fleece.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to try and change hands here. So this is 6 months growth. Yeah. Okay. And it's actually, well, actually, no, that must be more than 6 months. Yeah, whatever. I'll lose track. I mean, I try and do them every 6 months, but there might have been one that got away, or sometimes the young ones go. I know that the length of my hand is 6 inches, 150. So it's over that.
Yeah.
That is what is considered a non-commercial length. Anything over 150 millimeters is too long to go through the carders. So we used to always, when we were selling to the carpet industry, we would shear the sheep every 4 months.
Okay.
And then that way they'd have a nice amount to go through the carders. And because in the commercial carpets, it still happens in New Zealand, but not here anymore.
Yeah.
That they'd make a blend, and the Drysdale would be, say, 10%, or maybe 20%, but usually only about 10%. And then a whole heap of other breeds, you know, your Border Leicesters and your Perrindales and your Romneys and various crossbreds that are bouncy and, you know, buffy.
Yeah.
But this gives it a really rigid, so, you know, if you put it doesn't take much twist, and you think of that Berber twist carpet, it just sits there.
Yeah.
And I can't demonstrate it because I haven't. Maybe next time I'll organise it for the phone to be held by something, and so I can do a demo of separating the different coats. There's actually 3 different lengths in that.
Yeah.
And they have an undercoat, and then they have a next coat, and then they have an outer coat.
Yeah.
And I just got the test results back today. So the undercoat just basically is about 20-something micron, and then up to the really coarse stuff's about sort of 48.
Oh wow, that's a massive difference.
Yep.
Wow.
So at the moment we've been doing some experiment with weaving. I've had people tell me from when they were popular a long time ago that they were really good for, like, if you're weaving rugs yourself, and like you can, awesome for warp because it's as strong as anything. But it has no crimp, so doesn't take a lot of twist in your staple to for it to be like wire.
So go easy on the twist.
Okay, so maybe one of the next ones, the next little talks we do, I'll have a couple of extra props.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that sounds cool.
We're doing one tomorrow morning, so and you can have an example of the yarn. And I don't. There's no commercial buyer for this anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
is it no commercial buy just because of the length of it, or is it just not at all?
No. It's I've let them get this long because I can't sell a commercial length.
Oh, okay. I understand.
I don't have a carpet factory to sell to. I don't have if I ask the local wool brokers if they want to take 1 ton of my carpet wool, they will go, yeah, no.
Wow. Okay.
If New Zealand and China and stuff, I mean they produce a lot of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So so keeping these sheep is a bit of a love job. Well, it is a love job.
I was going to say, what happens next for those sheep then?
Okay, well, I have a secret project going on that will be in Ply magazine next year.
Oh, fantastic! We'll have to keep an eye out for it.
And we're doing some weaving and things with it, and thinking household utility options like, weaving heat mats for to put your pots on, and
some more stuff that you.
And if you're into rugs, one of these days I will get to use the rug loom that's sort of down the back there somewhere.
Sitting there,
There's a rug loom down there somewhere, hiding.
Oh. I don't know, anybody who has equipment tucked away that they've bought and never used, she says, not looking at the loom that she has above her.
I really actually do like weaving. It's a lot more. I'm faster at it than I am at knitting. Yeah. So, but you get caught doing everything else, and you look after the sheep, and you do this just to try and pay the bills, and then I'm thinking, I want some craft time, And the thing about the whole, you were chatting to Danielle earlier about, you know, sort of ISO and stuff. And
Yeah.
to be honest, not a lot has changed for me.
Yeah.
And because I can go outside and, you know, talk to the
Hang out.
sheep or
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I have a lot of.
Sorry, can you turn the camera back? I just saw this electric purple, and it was one of the yarns. Stop, go back. It was on a yarn. Go down the bottom. It's next to a green. What is that? Sorry.
This is that's my Saucy Belle sock yarn, and
can
it's
you
probably
hold that greeny color you had next to it? They look amazing together. Oh.
yeah, and it's you have found my outlier. That is actually a yarn base I don't have anymore. This is the last one. This is one of my original. I know. I can't get it anymore.
Your favorite bases, you just can't get them anymore.
I know, and this is the one that replaced it, and it's still very nice, but it's just not.
It's never going to be the same.
It's not pink. It's not pink. It's not pink. It's definitely purple.
Yes.
So yeah, this is a case of over dyeing. I didn't like the color and over dyed it.
Wow, I love it with that purple next to it.
It looks better when the purple looks purple and the camera doesn't make it go pink.
Oh.
But, yes.
Well, I'm going to have to go and have a squiz at those. They're both on your website?
Yes. The green, the over dyed one is not. But I can, you know, sort of pop me through a message. I can probably arrange something. Yeah. I don't think so. It might be. It'd be under Flossie's sock yarn. I don't know if it's still there.
All right.
I can't remember.
Like,
have a look.
I don't know about the rest of you in the chat here, but my list of things I want to look at to buy.
Maybe you shouldn't have said it out loud.
I know. I'm regretting it.
Oops.
Oops. But like, if I may not be able to get it, then it can go to another good forever home. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
stuck in stash somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not going to be upset if it finds a new home. That's not me. I mean, I'll be sad for a minute, obviously, because it's not me. Oh, what is that?
I just thought we were talking about dyeing, and this is one of those really weird things. And I mean, you dye yarn more than I do, but this was hysterically funny. I thought I was going to do a dark. This was actually only one color. I'm sure it was only one color, and it's the same color which on this base does that. Like it's kind of got a bit of purpley in there, right? So anyway, I shoved the dye into the pot, and then I put this superwash yarn in, and it already had the acid. I either had the acid already in the pot or on the yarn, and the colours split in front of my eyes.
Gosh.
It was the most amazing thing. They just split. And I was like, oh my goodness. I probably can't repeat it ever again.
I know, isn't that frustrating? I just want to do it again and again. Amanda would like to know if that green has a name. I think it was the green from Flossie Sock Yarn.
It'll be the only. It would be the only Flossie's sock yarn left. I can't remember what I called it. Seaweed or something. I don't know. I can't remember. But you might.
But it'll be the only one.
I don't have a huge number of yarns, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Hopefully for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I don't know, Chantel, you might not get it now.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, like, geez, I shouldn't have drawn attention to it and just DM'd you. No, I'm kidding.
That's right, you should have messaged me on the quiet. Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Wow. All these beautiful colours.
I must say some colours are showing up really awesomely on this.
And that's the thing, like I was saying before with all the cameras and stuff, some colours just show up perfectly, and then other colours you're like, what on earth happened there?
Exactly. It's like, camera, what were you thinking?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah, pretty much. I find the
Oh.
purples can be a bit bodgy, but anyway.
Yeah, and I think it
So, like,
depends on the purple. Some are
that
better
is
than others.
that's not
That's
showing
not a
true.
colour.
No, it's a true lavender.
Yeah.
This one's lavender, and it is a true lavender. Well, I think it looks like the lavender in my garden.
Oh. Wow.
Anyhow. Gosh. Well, you're at this for another hour, are you?
Yes. Yep. I am, I believe. And then same again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day.
Okay. Well, I think I'm back in to chat with you about 10:30 tomorrow. So.
Yeah. Well, awesome. So you'll have you'll be able to show us, like, you're going to be out with the sheep, or you've got you're going to show us some Drysdale bits and bobs. It'll be a surprise.
Yeah, I think that I'll probably do the outside stuff tomorrow because the weather might turn against us for Sunday. So I might just aim to make the most of it. All going well. I mean, if we don't have any reception or something, then I guess I'll be back down here and we'll make it up as we go.
Yeah, definitely. We are winging it. We are seat of our pants going. Has everybody realised that is my motto? Seat of the pants. Let's just go and see what happens.
Exactly. Okay, well, I'm going to go and dye some more of that colour, but in the Castle Dale this afternoon.
Gosh, that'll be awesome. Well, you have fun with that. Thanks so much for joining in and hanging out with us today. We can't wait to see you tomorrow and what you've got to show us next.
Alrighty. We'll see you then.
Right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. I was saying bye. Bye, Wendy.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, sorry. Whoops. That was accident. I went to remove Wendy, but Wendy had disconnected, and I accidentally brought up our next guest maybe a minute before she was ready. Sorry about that, Mr. Stitchcraft. So, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready, because I can see your face down there. It's a little bit, you're already now. That's good. Guys, we've got Anna from Stitchcraft and Wizardry coming up right now. So I'm going to bring her in. If you've got any questions for her, make sure you've got them ready. There you go. Hi, Anna. How are you going?
Hi, you.
Sorry about that. It was just like, I'm just, button mashing.
That's fine.
Going on. That's how I do everything. Just keep.
I was like secretly knitting underneath the table.
What are you making? Is that in a little like you've got that in a?
Oh yeah, embroidery hoop. Oh
yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, colours are completely off. Like I look blue, don't I? Yeah. Sorry, but it's really bad light in here.
It's the bane.
Yeah, so we knit up knit and crochet up swatches. So yeah.
And that's a really cute idea to put them in the hoops like that.
Yeah, well, see, I find it's really hard for people to imagine what the yarn's going to look like when they knit with it and crochet with it. I even have troubles with it, and it's my own yarn. So I really find it helps to have just that little swatch that tells you what is it going to look like later. And yeah, so that's why.
And do you make your swatches in both knitting and crochet?
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. I've got probably another crochet one here. Oh, yeah, see? Oh, hang on.
Oh, yay!
So you've got knitted,
awesome.
Yeah, so like the knitted one and then the crochet one.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sorry, the camera is like really, normally there's like a really wide screen, now there's like this tiniest little bit that I can access. So we do knit and crochet because
and just like, no, I need to be in the middle. But the middle of what here is not the middle of what we would normally have. It's So if anyone
I know it's like really off.
Realize we're doing it. Okay, it's totally accidental.
Good.
So Anna, you run Stitchcraft and Wizardry, is that right?
I do, together with my husband Mike. We officially started Stitchcraft and Wizardry last year. We had been going for a while before then, unofficially, but then, you know, at the end we were like, we're going to have to do something. So we had to make it official. So it's since the end of last year. I think it was October we started officially. So we registered the business officially in October last year. Yeah. So that's coming up to our first birthday soon.
Oh my gosh. Deb has a question for you. When will there be more Harry Potter crochet hooks?
There's lots of Harry Potter crochet hooks, because basically all we do with our crochet hooks is at the start we made them, or like Mike made them, and we put them in the shop. But we found that mainly people were after a specific size, you know, because some people use a 3 a lot and then other people use a 4 a lot. And so we it's hard to just guess what people want. So basically what we do now with our crochet hooks is we have on the website, we have all the different styles and all the different woods. And then people can basically email us. There's like a form on the website, like a back order form. And they can email us and say, okay, I want this style in that wood, in that size hook. And then we make exactly what they want. Custom made now. Yeah, that's fair. Because otherwise, you know, there's no point if you find one hook and you love the design, but it's in a size 5 and you never use a size 5. There's no point in buying it, is there? So because you're not going to use it. So we've just found it's easier to make them specifically for people in exactly the style of wood and everything that they want. Yeah.
I love it. That's great. Custom made for the maker.
Yes, exactly. And we've recently done a new style, which is the golden snitch one. And we've actually attached like proper wings to it and stuff. And oh my God, people have been going crazy over that one. And you know what? I still don't own a single Stitchcraft and Wizardry crochet hook, because everybody else gets them and he never has time to make me any. So I feel left out.
Like, I know. Set, all set up beautifully on like a little like wand rack somewhere, so that you can you know, so that you're
that's what I keep telling him, but he doesn't listen.
Oh dear. Being a relatively new business and you make something that's totally specialized, have you found that people have just like gone, yes, thank you, or have you found it to be a little bit of a slow start?
Oh, it's been a very slow start, and then it just exploded. I don't know. I think it has to do with the fact that, you know, at the start you have 0 followers. Yes. And it takes a long time to actually be seen. There's so many indie dyers, there's so many, you know, people out there in the fiber community, and it takes a long time to be seen. So at the start, we were literally like gaining 1 follower a day or something, or sometimes it was like 2 followers a week, and it kind of and I wasn't really into Instagram at all. I'd never even had an Instagram account before we started with the proper business. And so I was completely new to this whole social media thing. I don't even have Facebook. Like, I had a Facebook account, which I never used. It was just there, and I never did anything with it. So it was a big learning curve for me as well. And I found since I've learned more about it, and then, you know, as you're gaining a few followers, then, you know, people tagged each other, and there's like, oh my God, Harry Potter crochet hooks. And then someone else got tagged. And so from that point on, so once we had like, you know, a few hundred, it then went a lot faster.
It's like it hits a critical mass and it goes.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Yeah, it is. And at the start, I was like, what have we done? Like, oh my God, how did we think this was ever going to work? Like, what's wrong with us? And then, and it really, then I'm just not a very patient person. So I was like, why is this not happening right now? I need it right now.
I put a post
and,
up
so now it's a lot better. And now we're actually sitting with the issue that we can't actually keep up with the hook orders at the moment, because Mike he's working in the mines. So he's 2 weeks away, 1 week home. So basically he comes home from work and then spends his week at home he spends in the workshop. And I don't actually get to see him. So
my God. I mean, it's one of those problems, isn't it? It's like when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And for me as well, like our studios are together. So we have like his woodworking studios on one side and then my yarn dyeing studios on the other side. And that's literally the only time we get to see each other is when we like both do something at the same time and we just wave to each other. Yeah.
So Holly has a question. What's the smallest size crochet hook that can be custom made either in the Harry Potter or the Alice in Wonderland?
Any Clover Amour hooks can be custom made. So basically it'll just the thinner hooks. So even like if you were to go for a size 2, for example, the handle is quite chunky compared to the hook, but it has to be because you can't make the handle too thin. Otherwise it would just snap because some people have tighter tension, you know, and they're really gripping onto their hook. So the hook has to be specific thickness to be able to withstand our hands. So that's the only thing to think about. We can do any size hook, we only use Clover Amour tips. So as long as that size is available in a Clover Amour, we can do them. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, cool. Because I'm just having a look. I'm like, Clover Amour go quite small. Because I think
well, they do have really quite small hooks, but then not a lot of people actually use the really, really small hooks. Like we found that like our really going sizes is pretty much from 2.5 to 5. That's the ones we do the most because that's the ones people ask for the most. Yeah. But we can do any size. Yeah.
Okay. Belle says, I was looking at the Star Wars colorways and they are amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, we're a very nerdy family.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're next level nerds. Everything has to be themed in our house. Like even our wedding was themed.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. Yeah, I never wanted to get married. And I said to Mike from the start, I'm like, I'm not getting married, whatever you do. Like, I'm happy to be with you forever, but I'm not getting married. And he said, oh, well, what do I have to do to talk you into it? And I said, well, it's going to have to be something pretty cool for me to actually, you know, get talked into getting married. And so he said, oh, well, then we'll just get married medieval style. So we ended up getting married like at a medieval festival here in WA. Yeah. So everything in our house
is all themed. That's here we go.
Yeah.
Bella says nerdy is great. And Jackie Doyle says,
right? Nerds unite.
Right in around here then.
So I just think everything is just more fun if you theme it.
I agree with you, like totally. And I don't know, making sets and collections, it's a natural human desire. And if you make a collection for people, they're like, you make them happy because you've made it so they can have a collection.
Yeah, exactly. And see, I think especially that collection part is just people complain. Some people complain about it. It's like, why do you always make collections? That means I have to have like 5 or 6 or whatever.
That's right.
Like, that's the whole point, isn't it? Like, that's the point of collecting.
Yeah. And the other thing is like they're individual. You're not making them buy a complete collection. It's on them that they feel that they fill their collection. And it's the thing, it's an innate and human. It's the whole FOMO thing, like, but expanded.
Yeah. It is.
Like, I do not want to miss out on that color of the collection.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, it's like that with our Harry Potter colorways. People kind of want the one that their house is in, but you know, like which house they got sorted in.
Houses as well, because otherwise their house.
You need the other houses because, like, it's with me. Apparently, I'm a Gryffindor, but I hate red. Like, I hate the color red. I've got nothing red. But I kind of need it because I'm a Gryffindor. But then, so I'm just getting the other colors as well, and it just matches, you know. Then it's fine.
Apparently Ravenclaw, according to the,
I do love the Ravenclaw color.
Yeah. My daughter and I took the quiz, and so all three of us, because my daughter, my husband, and myself, we all took the quiz. My daughter and I are Ravenclaw, but my husband is not.
Oh, what is he?
He was Hufflepuff.
Slytherin. Oh, no, Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs are good.
Yeah,
Hufflepuffs are very loyal. My friend Winnie, she's a Hufflepuff, and just the most beautiful person. So yeah, Hufflepuffs are great. We are. I'm a Gryffindor, and Mike's a Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
And then the girls are, we don't know what Matilda is. She's probably a Slytherin because she's pretty horrible sometimes. But she's only one, so we forgive her. But Lily is a Ravenclaw, but she doesn't want to accept it because she wants to be Hermione, obviously. So she doesn't believe the Sorting Hat, and she's obviously a Gryffindor. So
yeah, the Sorting Hat is wrong, but we all know that you can influence the Sorting Hat.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's basically what she has done. So how old is your little one?
15.
Oh, not a little one anymore.
She's like
applying
for jobs and things like this. So I'm like, oh my God, what happened to my baby?
I know. I even fear that. Lily is 6 now, and I even fear that. So we made a spare one. That's what I always say. And
oh dear. Hey, Anna.
Yeah.
Do you in your lab happen to have any of your pretties that you could show us? Any of your lovely yarns that
no, I don't actually, because I didn't bring any along because I was asking Danielle, I said, can we can I not bring any yarn? I feel so awkward. I do have the samples though.
Yeah. Sorry, that was just my camera.
Yeah, so I do have so we've just brought out the specifically for the wool show, we just brought out the Rainbow Bright collection, which I posted about yesterday on Instagram. So it's basically, there's still more to come. We've got 4 at the moment. So it's obviously based on all the characters of Rainbow Bright. I don't even know if that's I don't think it was an Australian thing. It was a very American thing, I think.
Rainbow Bright was in Australia. Oh, was
it? Yeah. Oh, good. Because it was where I'm from.
But it was definitely on.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I used to love Rainbow Bright, and like my girls are not allowed TV. We don't actually even have TV. We have like a TV, but it's not connected to like the TV. Because as you can tell, we're like book people.
You like books?
Yeah. But one of the things that I will allow them is to watch something on the tablet if if they've been good or whatever. Yeah. And so I always go for like the really old shows because that's just my thing. And so Rainbow Bright is one of them. And so when they were watching it one day, I was like, I really need a yarn collection for Rainbow Bright. So that's how that ended up. But I'll show you, but the lighting is not very good. So this is basically the green one. I don't know if you can see it. See, it's not even looking anywhere green.
Oh, tilt it back a little more. Oh, we were getting a bit more green when we tilted it back. Is that closer to what it looks like? Or not?
No, not really.
Well, it's very cute. Even if that's not what it really looks like, it's very cute.
Yeah, no, it's so basically one of our things is with yarn. I have a very so I love yarn that is hand dyed, like pod dyed with deep immersion, which is what a lot of dyers do. But my real love goes out to hand painted yarn. So a different technique, and but unfortunately it looks very, very ugly in a skein. I find hand painted yarn, some people don't think so, but I find hand painted yarn looks very messy and can look very ugly in a skein, and really only looks pretty once you start working with it.
Yeah.
So this is another reason why we do these samples, because all of these little hand painted speckles in the skein, they just look like big blotches. Unless you rewind the skein, they just end up looking like big blotches, and it's just not very attractive. And our brain is so trained to basically go for the aesthetic of what we're buying. Like we'll buy a lot of yarn just because we love the way it looks in a skein, not even thinking about what is it going to look in my project. We just see the skein and we're like, oh, I have to have it. It's just because our brain is wired to be, going for the aesthetic rather than what the actual outcome is going to be. So this is another reason why I do those. But what I do have here, hang on, I'll just lean over.
Yeah.
Is our new collection of yarn holders, which also we saved up for today. So it's the first time they're going to be in the shop. I hope you can see them.
Oh, wow, they're little mushroom houses.
Yes. So basically you just open them, you put your cake in there, and then you basically just close them again, and the yarn comes out the top. So yeah, we designed them so basically one of my closest friends, Lauren, she is really into yarn holders. So yarn holders were like a thing in the 40s and 50s, and actually I think they already started in the 20s, but yeah. So she's like right into yarn holders and everything, and she's like, why don't you do yarn holders? I really want you to do yarn holders. I was like, let's think about it. Our first idea was to do them out of wood, but it's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and people would not want to pay the price of a yarn holder, because we would really be looking at like, $150 because of the price of wood. There's a lot of, because of the way it is designed, there's a lot of wastage if you're using wood, because you need a huge chunk of wood, but then you only end up with, like a shell, and it just wouldn't be, it's not like a yarn bowl. So, and then I was like, well, we are in 2020, so why don't we go down the 3D printing way, which is what we did. So we ended up employing a designer who designs them for us. So I design them, and then I tell him, okay, this is what I want. So we did the beehive first. I don't know if you've seen them, but yes, we did the beehive first, which came out at the beginning of the year. And then, so I just tell him, okay, this is what I want. Can you make it? And then he basically designs it on his 3D software and does all his magic. He's great. And yeah, so that's how we started doing the yarn holders, and everybody's really been loving them. And just by 3D printing them, we're keeping the cost down for people, because obviously it's a gimmick, really. It's like a project bag. You kind of, you can have it, but you don't specifically need it. So, and because you don't need it, you don't want to be spending $150 on it. So we're trying to keep, and we do the same with our yarn. We, I know there's a lot of people that like exclusive, but I don't like exclusive. I find exclusive, if you do something exclusive and, if you only make like 5 of these and you can never have them again, it causes people to go into like a panic and go like, oh my God, I'm just going to buy this. I don't even actually need it. I'm just going to buy it because, because there's only 5. And so then people regret it after. And I always said, I don't want for people to ever go onto our website and go into a panic and go like, oh my God, I'm just going to need to buy everything because I'm going to miss out. And then later go, why did I do this? Like, this was silly. Why did I spend all that money? So we just basically try and keep costs low for people, as low as we can without obviously crashing ourselves. But and so that's why with 3D printing them, we keep the cost down and make it affordable for people to actually get it if they want it. So
oh, that's cool. I know that, like, for myself as a dyer, I do have like they definitely have exclusive things, but it's not intended to do that. It's just I could only dye it once. I was playing and I made something pretty, and I don't know what I did. I can't do it again. So
but those one of a kinds are great though. Yeah,
that's right. But
you get the feeling though, sometimes you do a one of a kind and then you go like, oh man, I wish that wasn't a one of a kind because I really love it.
Most of the time I do a one of a kind, I'm just like, why didn't I take better notes? Why did I take notes?
I'm like that too. Sometimes, when you just have that leftover dye and you're like, oh, I'm just going to chuck it in the pot and make a dress for the girls or something. And then it turns out so great and you're like, fuck up. I wish I wrote this down.
Absolutely. And you're like, oh man, because it's literally a case. Like, I did one the other day and it was just like the ends of a couple of squirt bottles. I'm just like, man, that's really cool.
Yeah. Do you try to recreate it?
Sometimes I do, but I'm always disappointed.
Yeah. Oh, true. I'm just the same with me. I've tried it before and I was like, no, it's not the same.
It's fine, and I might list it anyway. It's like, but it's never as good as that first. And I think part of it comes down to because you just died with gay abandon. You didn't have anything in mind. You were just like splashing dye and what happened?
Yeah.
What did I do?
You were just having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, I find
comes through in your yarn.
Yeah. definitely, because I find I've done a last year we did a dye day with a few of the ladies from my craft group. So basically I packed up all my stuff and we met at one of their places and we just had like a day of fun, just free. It was just because it's my friends. And so, and you should have seen the colorways they created. I was like, I don't know why I'm doing this. You guys can do all your own yarn, because they were amazing because they didn't think about it. They were just like, oh, I like that color and I like that color. And they just went like, whoop, whoop, whoop. And and they just turned out into the most amazing colorways. And I was like, you could all have a business doing yarn, because it was crazy. And I think it is because exactly what you said, because they didn't think about it and they just had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's also as dyes, every now and again, just do that.
Sorry?
Every now and again as dyes, it's important to just do that. Just play with the color, have fun.
Definitely. Yeah. See, that's what I have with hand painted yarn as well. I just I think it gives me more joy and more fun to work with bold colors and, actually like, hand painted, and it makes me feel like I'm more artsy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, because
you're creating something. You are getting to create it.
Yeah. Do you have specific colorways that are like really close to your heart?
Yes, I do. I've got a couple. And it's just like, whenever I make them, they make me happy. And so you're just like, every now and again, you're like, I really need to make a batch of, this color because I need to do it for myself. The shop doesn't need it, but I need it. So, and I do. I'll just be like, yep, we're having heaps of those today.
Yeah. It's funny how yarn can make us so happy, isn't it? Like, it's such a strange thing. People don't understand. Like, when I talk to like my in-laws or, anybody that's not yarny and not crafty, they're always like, you're weird. Like, why does this make you happy again? Like, this is weird. It's wool. But it's just
wool.
How can it
an emotion, like, how can it make you have an emotion? And it's just like, but it does.
It does, it does. And I've actually, the other day, it's very rare that I dye colorways without an inspiration at the start. So normally I have like, a theme and an inspiration, and then I go by what then pops in my head. But the other day, I was in the dye studio with Mike, and we were having, so he was in his side and I was on my side, and the music was on, and we were really just like enjoying being there together. And I was just like feeling I need to dye a colorway now, like just about this situation. And so I ended up dyeing our colorway that's called You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. And just because it was at that moment, that's the colors that I felt. I felt really happy, and it was like a really, I don't know, just a really happy moment. And I was like, yeah, this is the colors that I feel. And normally they're colors I would have never put together. But
and it's amazing how sometimes it just works. It just works. And it's part of the whole.
Do you get scared sometimes?
Oh, yes. And I also trash things sometimes. Sometimes I just push it too far and you're like, can't go back from that.
Do you know what I usually do? I chuck it in a black pot. I'm just like, I'll just put some other color over the top.
And splotches. There we go. That'll fix it.
That's exactly what I do. They never go in the shop, but I'm just like, I can make a scarf with that, or I can make something for the girls with that.
There's nothing wrong with the actual wool.
No, exactly. But sometimes I have it with yellow. Yellow is my nemesis. I hate yellow. It's so hard I find it so hard to get yellow not looking garish.
Yes. It's a definite.
Do you have a nemesis color?
I have, for me, it's more like red. Like, I am so fussy with red. I want a particular red, and I've one colorway, and I cannot dye it at the moment because I use 5 different dyes to get the red I want, and I can't get one of the colors at the moment, and it's just like, and someone's like, oh, can you dye me some red? And I'm like, oh, I'm missing one of the ingredients. And they're like, yeah, but it'll still make red, right? And I'm like, but it's not right. It's not the right.
It's just not the right red.
It needs this one, or it's an orange red. Orange red is bad.
See, I find with red as well, trying to take pictures of red. Oh my God, what a nightmare.
We were just talking about this with Wendy Beer before, about different colors just won't play with your camera. And you've just got to, the only way to deal with it is in Lightroom. You've just got to like click, and then just adjust it until it's close enough.
Yeah. You know, I bought a new phone because we have a camera, like a proper professional camera, but I find it's even worse than your phone. It's even worse.
You don't know how to adjust the settings, like it can be terrible.
Yeah, just awful. So I bought a new phone and I went into, pardon?
Even sometimes when you are adjusting the settings, it's just like, I just can't make it, just do this, just make this color look good. Yeah. I do so much on my
teal as well. Teal is a really hard color to photograph as well.
Yes, and it's my favorite color. I love dyeing it. I dye it all the time, and I can never get a decent photo of it.
Yeah. See, I have it with so we stock streepjes as well, and so with there, I try to at the start, because we have all their worlds and all of that stuff, and at the start I was trying to take pictures here. Oh my God, bad idea. It looked nothing, like especially the teal colors and stuff. It looked nothing like the original. I was like, I'm just going to go on their website and steal their pictures. It was just impossible. I couldn't get it right. Nah.
Oh.
And it's not really stealing their pictures because we're allowed to, but still.
It feels like you're stealing, even though as a supplier, you're 100% legally allowed to. We've got some people in the chat saying, you know, lighting would make a difference. Guys, I have got professional photography grade lighting, and it doesn't always solve the problem.
Actually, artificial lighting makes it worse.
Yep.
I find artificial lighting makes it worse in my experience here. I take pictures, all my pictures I take in the same spot at the same time of day every time, because I find it's the only way I get the most even result throughout, you know, all my colorways. So if someone asks me, can you take a picture? I said, yes, I can tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Because it's just, because I find that just gives me the most,
it gives you that
the best result every time. Yeah. Yeah, because artificial lighting just makes, with a lot of colors like red and green, it makes it worse. And it's got to do with the color spectrum that your cameras or our cameras can see. And you can actually, I found that out the other day. I was like, oh, this is a bit creepy. You can actually break your phone by, if there's like a specific, on the color spectrum, there's a specific part in the red. If one of the colorways that you have has that specific red in it, like that particle of red in it, you can actually wipe your phone clean. I was like, that's a bit creepy.
Yeah,
if I was the guy at the phone shop, like at the shop,
because I'm like, I'm scared now. I'm like, it could be a conspiracy theory, but I'm also scared.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you find it easier taking pictures like in artificial lighting or outside?
Yeah, look, I don't have a lot of good natural lighting, so I do tend to take all my photos in here under, I've got like proper photographic diffuse lights, so I tend to take my photos in here when I can. Look, I've got, you know, we just do what we got to do, like really is how it works. Sometimes it's just a case, get that photo up and just let it happen. I would say one of my biggest tips would be to actually take your photos with a slightly lower exposure than you would normally like, and it creates just a little bit better contrast, and it makes it easier to edit. You'll have to edit it, but it makes the edit a lot easier. But now I
actually do that on my phone as well. Like once I take a picture, I sometimes take the exposure down and the brightness up a little bit, and I find that sometimes it just gets you there,
doesn't it? It fixes it up. Do you have anything in particular you want to make sure everybody knows before we run away? Because
no, not really. I just want everybody to have fun today. I said, you know, this morning I actually got messages from people already saying, oh my God, have you been on XYZ's Paige, everything is sold out already.
Oh,
And I was like,
I'm seeing some
I think
messages come through the chat where people are like, "Oh, I went to buy a thing and they're sold out."
yeah, I can't believe how fast it's gone. Like, I felt so underprepared this morning because I didn't at the start, but then once it started, I was like, oh my God, I'm so underprepared. No, I don't think, as people have probably watched our very interesting video already on our business and what we do and what we have.
Yeah.
So no, really, I just want everybody to have fun today. Don't go into spending or too bad, even though obviously for us that's a good thing. But yeah, and yeah, it's just been amazing already. Like, it has been so much fun already. It was tiring, but it's been amazing already. The feedback and the people, and yeah, like having a chat with you, which normally I wouldn't have gotten to do. So yeah,
So it's been really great having a chat.
thank you so much, Chantal. It was so good to talk to you.
You too, Anna. And I hope everything goes really, really well for you this weekend, and that you don't go crazy in shipping days.
Thank you so much, Chantal.
No worries. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wow. That was so much fun, you guys. I'm just having a quick read in the chat. Lots of people giving some really good photographic advice in here as well. It is one of those things. Jackie's got a really good point here. It's like, capture it in the raw if you can. And what she means by raw is you need to have clothes on, but there is a camera setting that you can have JPEG or RAW, and the RAW will use up a lot more data on your cards, but it means that you get a lot more information to edit with, and it's a really great way to do it. But it's sometimes if you don't have photo editing software, you need to stick with JPEG. Now, waiting in the wings, ready to have a chat with us, is Trisha from Cashmere Connections. If you are ready, if you can give me a little thumbs up so I can bring you up and know that you're all ready. No? Not sure. Is that yep, okay, here we go. Here comes Trisha from Cashmere Connections. Hey, how are you going? You look cold.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just dressed for work. That's it.
Okay, all right. Trisha, you are hanging out in Cashmere Connections headquarters right there, aren't you?
That's right. No, I'm here. My husband's here with me, but he's behind the tablet running the show.
Excellent. He's got the battery plugged in. So you got full charge, ready to go.
Yes.
You guys have been a bit of a discussion point for us today. We were talking about different places that dyers can get undyed yarn from, and we were discussing about how you guys have got recently started doing the undyed yarn, but you do so much more than that at Cashmere Connections. Can you run through some of the things that you guys do there?
Oh, okay. We started as Cashmere Dehairers, and we've just sort of evolved from that. We've done jobs according to what people want us to do. So we dehair alpaca as well. We also do top making. So we card, gill, and comb, all sorts of fibres. So we'll do wool, alpaca, cashmere, mohair, blends, interesting blends, all sorts of things.
Oh, so, wow.
And we do a lot of contract work as well as, work for ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. You've got your hands on something there. Have you got something in particular you're going to show us today?
Yes. This is one of our later products. So this is some single Polworth wool top.
Yeah.
Fairview Polworths.
Yeah.
Located near Colac. The family have had Polworth sheep on their property for over 80 years, and they're just passionate about their sheep. This is non-mule. Well, so
and Polworth is beautiful too.
Yes, this has got a lovely handle and it's a lovely long staple. So I don't know whether you can see this, but this is a little thing that we made up. This is a big version of the fly we made up.
Yeah.
So these are the people who Kay Potter, Greg Potter, and their daughter Sam are the ones that the Fairview Polworth at this time. So I've got a little sample here rather than pulling them. This is what it's like when it comes out the end of the top making.
Okay.
So this is just a sample that I have that I can pull a little bit off. And I don't know whether you can see from there, but it is quite, it's a good, oh, that was cut there, sorry.
That's right. Look at that staple length.
It's lovely. It's just beautiful. And it processes like a dream, I reckon. It spins like a dream too. The lovely Anne Boyle, who lives just down the road from here.
Yeah.
Of course, when we were processing it, and she got a bit excited and took a tiny bit away and made a spun up just a tiny bit, and then she came back and she bought one of these, and she spun this yarn from it, and it's just come up really nicely. So you can see
beautiful.
It's sort of a luster to it. It's really soft and springy. It makes a really beautiful yarn. So that's our fair.
What would it lend itself to be? Like, would do you think like shawl or sweater or socks or?
Actually, I think you could do a lot of things with it, to be perfectly honest, because it's soft, but it's really quite stable. It's really quite strong. So it could go with a sock sort of thing. Durable. But you know, as you can see, it's really soft and springy.
It's got some loft to it. Yeah.
Yes, it really does. So it came up beautifully, that top.
That's awesome. Spanner Chick has asked the question, what animal does cashmere come from?
A goat. A cashmere goat.
Cashmere goat. There you go.
Yes, and I'll tell you a bit about Australian cashmeres, because we haven't been able to bring cashmeres in from the historic origins where they grow cashmere, because there are so many diseases in Mongolia and China and places like that that we don't want here in Australia. So back in the 1970s, I think it was, the CSI was doing some work with the bush goats and to do with meat, and someone discovered that there was cashmere on some of the goats. Yeah. And what's happened is we've used the bush goats and we've bred them selectively to put more cashmere on them. So the cashmere goats don't look anything like the bush goats that we started with. Actually, Charles, I've got that flyer over there. I don't know whether we can show it and you can see. I've got photos of some of my animals actually, because we've got cashmere goats too. Yeah. So, is it possible to bring your camera? Oh, there we go. I was going to say bring it a bit closer because you can't really see. Is it good enough, Charles? Am I holding the right spot? Okay. Yep, that's okay. Yep, that's good. So, these are our animals on the flyer. So I'm going to see my black does. Wow. And ones. And cashmeres are good because they like the woody weeds and the coarser grasses that sheep don't like. And so you end up with very clover predominant pastures and they eat the weeds out. Yeah. Kim was saying again, Spanachik said, so cashmere is different to mohair. Yes, yes. Cashmere is much finer than mohair. It's also a two-coated fleece. It's what they call a primitive fleece, so it's got hair, and which is protective of the cashmere, and there's a soft downy undercoat, which is the cashmere. Yeah. So it has to be dehaired. You have to take the hair out. Take the hair out, otherwise it gets scratchy. Oh yes, not nice. Yeah. Helen Jessup has asked, so top is combed and not carded? No, top is carded first. And actually we'll take you out into the top making room. Got some, we're doing 2 jobs for ourselves, just little jobs. We're doing some grey blend, and which is a blend of a dark sort of dark brown, black, grey alpaca, Wakaya alpaca. And then there's mainly merino, I suppose, but there's other things as well. And it's our soft waste that we've been building up for a few years, and yeah, it just needs to be used. And I thought I wanted to make a grey blend. It's coming up very nicely. And we're also doing some Wakaya alpaca, which is very hard to see on the machines, but we'll show you anyway. So that's on the comb. So if you want to do, perhaps what we'll do is we'll show you and talk about it, and then we'll start up the machines. Well, because if we're trying to
it'll get very loud.
I think it's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Okay. So
all right, that sounds awesome.
We'll go through into the top making room.
It feels like a bit of a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory tour.
We haven't got any little kids to put through the machine.
But you have thought about it.
So this is the fibre comes in scoured. It's been scoured at somewhere like Robinson's.
Yeah.
And it gets opened and conditioned. So it's nice and moist. It's not wet. You can just feel it's cold, and it's
like just feel.
And what that does is it means that the fibre is more likely to bend and flow rather than resist and break. So it helps it to go through the machinery without breaking.
Mm-hmm.
So this has been sort of like put in layers so that I'll have it fairly evenly mixed. But even so, when it comes out at the end, it is a bit stripy.
Yeah.
So this is the hopper, which just gradually puts a little bit in at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just need to do it. How about we talk about it first? Sorry.
That's okay.
Good and wife. How about we talk about it first and then start it? So,
I think you'll be able to, because you've got that thing on, I think I'll be able to hear you.
Oh, Charles thinks you'll be able to hear me. So I'm going to take you.
Yeah.
Let's go see this part.
Yeah.
Tell me if you can't.
Okay.
Tell us if you can't hear us, okay?
Oh, we can hear you over that, yeah.
Okay. So you can see it's all different colours are going in at once.
Yeah.
And you might get a blob that's a bit darker in one patch than another.
Actually, there's something happening with the audio there. It's getting a bit high pitchy and squeaky.
Sorry.
That's okay. Wow, it's just like a giant comb. I've just muted their mic for just a second, and I'll unmute it now. No. Okay, so that just sort of opens it up even more and blends all the fibres together before it hits the comb roller. I'm not sure. I think your camera is really struggling with the noise from the equipment. So if you're talking, we can't hear you, just so you know.
I'm not talking.
Oh, good. And then it goes through the big roller carders. Oh, so it definitely gets carded before it gets combed. Like multiple times. And that's like when you diz off a drum carder.
We've got a problem here.
Okay.
Charles, it broke and Charles is trying to fix it up.
So, okay.
Yeah, look at that. So
there we go. And look at that grey. It's just come out a beautiful soft mid-grey. It's very full in there, isn't it? How much do you fit into one of those big barrels?
Oh, I don't know. So after we then gill it. So here's. Do you want to turn that off from us? Turn that off. Sorry. Now, do you want to explain what you're doing? Come on. Hop in and tell them what you're doing.
Okay.
Yep.
So after it's comb, you have to bring them together and use a glue box. So this is a glue box. So I've got one there that's open, so I'm going to show you how it works here. I'll show you how it works there. So I'll just turn this one on.
This is very noisy.
Yep. Okay. Oh, wow. All right. That's really noisy. I'm just muting it for a second. And so the gilling, for those of you that don't know, is you use all the different barrels and then it pushes it together and it helps to balance it out. It's a lot of companies, when they're blending different fibers together, will gill it, and you can gill multiple times to have it do different things. Just going to check the noise levels again. Are we ready? Everybody prepare your ears. Oh no, it's off. It's going again. Okay, I'm just going to mute that again. It's very loud. Kim wants to know if we can fit that barrel in her car, and the answer is no. Okay, so the gilling is what happens there.
Oh, no. Yeah, just turn it off. No. Turn it off.
Here we go.
Turn it off, please, Charles.
Hannah is saying, I wish I could watch stuff like this every day when I work in my studio. It's super interesting. It is, isn't it?
All right, Charles has turned it off. Can I?
Excellent. There we go. Audio's all good.
Sorry. Now, I just wanted to explain, this is carded sliver, and a lot of people get mixed up between carded sliver and comb top. So,
yeah,
as you can see, it's a bit hard to see here, I suppose, but the top can be thick and thin.
Yeah.
And it will have, see, it's got little neps in it.
Yeah.
And it's not too bad with the VM. It's a bit hard to see the VM, but it does have VM in it too.
Yeah.
So what we do for the top make, so it's carded, which puts it into a sliver. So the beginning of the card, it begins to open the fibre, take it out of its locks, and the second part of the card begins to put the fibres in a parallel order. They're not completely parallel, but they're beginning parallel. And then it comes out the front in a web, and the comb winder winds it round, gives it a bit of twist, just for a little bit of strength to hold it together, and then it's wound into the can. After that, so that we get the fibres really parallel to go through the comb, because the comb's quite fine too, we combine a number of ends or slivers. What the gill box does, it combines them and it draws them, so that you get a more parallel, even sliver. We do that a couple of times. We'll take you over here. Sorry, can we show them the gill box over here so that we're going the wrong way? Sorry. So it's not set up ready to go yet, Charles. So through this gill box, we'll probably put 5 or 6 ends. So this fibre here, I'll put that down.
And is there a limit on how many ends you can put into a gill box?
Yes, because if it gets too thick, it wigs.
Okay.
And I don't have one to show you, but what happens is it gets really thick. And you know, a judge's wig, how it's really wavy. The fibre, it goes like that. It goes really wide. So this has been gilled once, and it's ready to be gilled again. And to put a small can, this gill box puts in a small can to go through the comb. So we can go to the comb with this black Wakaya alpaca. Charles has got the gill box open. It hasn't been cleaned. It's dirty.
Yeah.
So it's had
all
the
details, all the backdoor details.
Yeah. Sorry, talk about it.
No, you can.
All right.
Charles will tell you all about the gill box.
So there's two. They call it a gill box because the fish has got gills. And if you look, there's a lot of pins here, and these pins actually move forward. So there's a screw on the side, and they move forward slower than the fibre moves. So as the fibre moves forward, these pins move forward slowly, and that helps pull the fibre apart. And and at the same time, it gets pulled apart by the pressure. So there's front and back pressure rollers, and they set how the draft. They call it the draft, and you can vary the draft on the machine, and so that and the pins move forward at the same time, and it combs the fibre. So it's slowly making the fibres more parallel. And the idea of fibres parallel before the comb is you need. If you look at how the comb works, it needs parallel fibres. So we can go to the comb now.
All right. So this is really awesome. Thank you guys so much for showing us how all this works.
So,
sorry, Charles, I've got the stories going. Here we go. Here, is the air compressor on? Yes. So the black's very hard to see, isn't it? This is black Wakaya alpaca.
That's all right. So these have all been through the gill, and now they're going through the comb. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. Okay. So there are 12 ends here, if you look. So we need 12 ends to go through, and it has to be held really tightly and really straight. Now, I don't know whether you can see there the vegetable matter.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so that's what it's like going in.
Okay.
We've got one can that's been finished.
We'll wait for the air pressure.
Yeah, we're waiting for the air pressure to come on.
Yep.
Charles only just started so this one's been done here.
Yeah.
You can see that.
Oh, that's so slinky.
So, there's a couple of little bits of something there on the surface, come out of somewhere. That's the trouble. If it's a little bit of dust flying around, that's what happens. It shows up on the black.
Yeah, every time. Hello, black clothes.
Sorry, I'm waving this around. Now, Charles has got the comb open.
Yeah.
He's got to wait for the air pressure. But can you... So, if you hold that, Charles, I'm going to go and get one of these really old combs. I'll find a comb so I can see how fine they are.
I'll put them in the box.
This is amazing. If anyone's got any questions for the Cashmere Connection team, just pop them into the chat here so we can make sure that they see them.
I'll turn the speed right down so you can see how it works.
Okay.
So they call it a rectilinear comb.
Yeah.
And if you see how there's a rotating bit in the centre there?
Yeah.
I'll pull it apart and then show you. But the way it works is there's a pinch point up the front. So the pinch point is the roller that you see just before the bit that's going up and down. And that grabs the fibre and pulls it onto the flat belt.
Yeah.
And So the rotating part is combing stuff out of the fringe, and then it's combed out of the fringe the dirt's combed out of the fringe by the rotating bit. The pinch point pulls it through a comb.
Okay.
Just stop it there.
And about how long would it take to run that batch of buckets you've got going there?
Oh, well, it's running it slow there, so you can see how it works. But it runs a lot faster when you're running it in full speed.
Yeah.
And what you see there is every time it rotates, you can't see it so well on the black, but it creates one layer of fibre. And if you comb it once, you still get these little bits coming through. But generally, if you look at it, it's pretty clean. There's not much.
Yeah, there's not much in there.
No, there was that one piece, but you can't see it on the black. But it puts one layer and then moves back. The pinch roller grabs it and pulls it forward and puts another layer on it. So it keeps going backwards and forwards. So basically, the fibre gets completely pulled apart and then put back together.
Oh wow!
And this is the comb that it's pulling it through. So
it's a broken one though.
Yes, see how there's a tooth missing. See how there's a tooth missing?
Yeah.
So that comb has to be, it has to be taken out and a new one put in.
We've been asked, this process does squish out vegetable matter?
Yes, so that's the whole idea, is to comb out the vegetable matter. And the short fibre. So if you look at, here's what it's coming out down here.
Okay.
So if I pull some of this out and Trish holds the camera.
Yeah.
You remember that top that Trish showed you that was really long? See how short this is? All the short stuff.
Sorry. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yes, it is. It's very short.
So this is the stuff that pills.
Okay.
So if you pull it out, it reduces the pilling. And see how there's vegetable matter in it?
Sorry.
Unfortunately, black's not a good colour to show.
That's why I've got some white here.
Oh, okay. Well, you can see the vegetable matter in the black.
Yeah.
And Trisha's got some oil here.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Helen just would like to know, roughly how much weight would you expect to lose in this process?
It depends on how well the fibre's paired. So if it's a rough line with a lot of short fibre, it can get up to be about 20% in short fibre and vegetable matter. But the Bale project, they got very good at preparing it. Raylene. And she was actually getting increases in fibre weight as she was going through. And the reason for that is when the fibre is delivered, it comes with very low moisture content. And as you've got to get the moisture up to put it through the process. So if your losses are very low, then you get a small. If you look about 100 kilograms of fibre, you have to put on about 2 litres of water to get it through the process. So 100 kilograms ends up to 102 kilograms. And if you only lose 1%, then you can actually go from 100 to 100 and a little bit. And Raylene was actually preparing her clip so well, was so clean and so well prepared that she was having a slight increase in weight. So that's one extreme. And the other extreme is where you've got tender fibre or something like that. So with tender fibre, it tends to break up on the card, but the gill box pulls out the tips that break off and that sort of stuff. And there you can get losses up. In extreme cases, 20%, but typically you lose about 5%.
Okay.
And
that's all right.
And the 5% is this short stuff. And this is the short stuff that, if you get a jumper, it starts pulling out. You definitely want the vegetable matter out. And see, when your machine is spinning, you've got to get the vegetable matter out because it wrecks the spinning.
Okay. So, whereas for us, for hand spinners, it's just annoying. For machine spinning, it's actually damaging.
Well, it breaks the thread. So, in the case of if you're a hand spinner, you adjust for it, but the machine can't adjust for it, so it just breaks the thread.
Yeah.
So it's a real pain for them.
Yeah.
So, after it's been combed, because we've taken bits of the sliver out. It's not. Oh, sorry, we forgot to say about the crimping box, didn't we? It's hard to see on black. Where's the torch? Just a minute, I'll get a torch. Sorry. So the crimp box.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? What are we doing here?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Oh, you can't see it all, can you? It concertinas it anyway, so that it comes out and people say, oh, hasn't it got a lovely crimp to it? But that's what it's to help hold it together.
Yeah.
So you see all the muck down in there that's been combed out?
Yeah.
Very easy to see here, but
No, it's, yeah.
yeah, no, you can see it there.
Yeah.
See,
we can
that's
see it.
rubbish. So that's short fibre and rubbish. It's been. Oh, now it's very clear. I adjusted it. So.
And is that literal waste now? Like, is there a purpose that you can use this for? Obviously not for hand spinning or machine spinning, but is there like a use that can be made of it? Or is it just rubbish now?
Someone could tell us what we could do with it, yes.
But there's two combings. There's a first combing, which is this one, and that's got a lot of vegetable matter in it. But the second combing is actually quite clean and could be used for stuffing stuffed toys.
Okay.
And so what we do is we keep the second combing, and I think it's available on the website for stuffed toys, but that's what it could be used for because it's got no vegetable matter in it. But the first combing, it's got the short fibre and the vegetable matter in it, and basically we've been
it's just waste. Yeah.
Now, after that's not the end.
Okay.
We then go over here to this gill box.
Yeah.
Here, which is open for cleaning. And we gill at least once again here.
Mm-hmm.
Giles, can you explain about the auto leveler, please? And it might go through here twice, actually, depending how stable the top is. Do you want to explain about
this is different into the other gill boxes in that it's got an auto leveler.
Yeah.
Here.
And the idea of that is as it goes through, if the sliver's too fine, too small or skinny, it reduces the draft. So the draft actually varies all the time with the aim of getting the sliver consistent. So, for a hand spinner, they're not so fussy because they adjust. But for machine spinners, you've got to get a really even sliver to produce a really even yarn.
Can you point to where the auto leveler is, please?
Well, that's all this mechanism in here. So the fibre comes through here, and this opens up and closes, moves it in and out as the material that's going in gets finer and coarser. And as it moves in and out, it varies the draft. So if you come around this side,
I think we've got it. We're on the move. Sorry.
That's all right.
Right, he's going to show you the guts of the machine.
This thing here moves backwards and
Hang on.
This
I'm coming.
So this thing here moves backwards and forwards, depending on how coarse the fibre is. And this bolt runs up and down these cones, and that's how the draft is varied.
Okay. Awesome. Wow.
So, and the final gilling also has an auto leveler.
Yeah.
Just here. When it's operating, this little box is down. So there's the auto leveler in there.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, it's not going down for me. And you want this little dial here goes up and down according to how even it is, doesn't it? You want it to be between 0 and 5, either plus 5 or minus 5.
By the time it gets to here, it should be pretty stable.
Yeah.
Because this is what gets rolled up.
Yeah, so this is what comes off the end here. Oops, sorry. So it comes off in a ball top here, gets rolled up in this mechanism down here.
And so the mechanism rolls it into the ball top for you. You don't have and it does it automatically as it comes off, or?
Yes, it would have. I'll go around the other side. So it's the same sort of arrangement here with the gilling, the front roller. Comes between the rollers. down through here, down through these guides.
Yeah.
Guide here, over there, under there. That's where I'll lift up the thing.
Oh, okay.
So, and then it comes under here between all those rollers and it gets rolled around.
Okay, yeah. Awesome.
And when it's finished, what happens is it should automatically lift itself up and this thing comes across and pushes the ball off onto there. Then it lowers itself down.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of tail. There's a bar here that comes up, loops over, flips the tail over this, and then off it goes again.
Oh wow, that's brilliant. And then off to its new spinning home in the ball.
Yeah.
Yes. So now, is there anything else that we can tell you?
Oh,
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Hang on, there we go. No, I've always been really curious about how the machinery works, and I wasn't expecting a walkthrough tour today. It's just like it's been awesome, and just seeing like we all understand that there's processes that have to be done before our fibers and yarns are usable. And it's been great just to realize exactly how many steps it needs, and it's a lot more than you expect, honestly. And I think it's just wonderful, especially that you guys work so hard to make sure that you're using like Australian scourers and just keeping everything really local. And it's like, it's nearly like, I mean, this is going to sound a little bit weird, but it's nearly like you guys are like the beacon in Australia for what can be done.
Well, Trish works on it pretty hard.
Yes. But listen, I'd like to also say thank you very much to you, to Danielle and all the people at the Big Bull Show for all that you've done with this, for the initiative you've taken in pulling it all together, and the work that is involved in carrying it out. You're doing a great job.
Danielle deserves all the kudos. She has just worked tirelessly to make this happen. It's been amazing. And, you know, with businesses like yours, it makes it easy to support Australian, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming and spending time with us today. Oh, hang on a second. Someone's got a question. We've got, where is it? It's from Danielle. It says, where is the machinery from? Is it custom made?
Charles will answer this for you. Here you go. Here we go. It comes from all over the place, okay?
So the cards are actually to 1911, so not the turn of the last century, but the turn of the previous century. So that's the base units, and they're pack machines, beautifully made. And what we stripped all the, so originally there were lots of pulleys and cogs and all that sort of stuff. We stripped all that off and we put various speed drives on it. So the base cards are pack machines, but all the stuff, all the drives, all that, we did ourselves. And your boxes.
It's lucky Charles is an electrical engineer.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I was looking at some of the innards of those gill machines, and I was thinking, you guys must have someone on hand.
Well,
Charles.
I mean, but these are French machines. So basically, they're all out here is NFC, which is a French company, and they build beautiful, strong machinery. So this machine here was built in the 70s. So it's now 50 years old. And it's still going strong. And so that's that one. This is another 50-year-old machine. So this is a GM4. But this one here.
Which one? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. He's moving around quick.
Yeah.
Got to keep up.
This here is a GM13. So that was built in about 1995. So that's basically how So the advantage of the Jan 4s is they're a slow machine and very easy to process fine merino and alpaca and suet, because you can't run those sliders very quickly. So they're perfect machines for that. So this is a modern machine, and you can do a lot more. It runs a lot faster, but it runs well on wool. And if you start trying to run suet or alpaca on it, you just get into trouble.
You need a very cohesive fibre to run on that to hold together.
Yeah. So that machine is from the 70s. This machine is, it's only 25 years old. It's the same as the comb. We had a older comb under here, which we don't actually use. It's just all covered up. Because this machine, what I did is I put a variable speed drive on it, so we can actually run it slower.
Yeah.
And so we can post it. It's running in alpaca at the moment. But it's running at 2/3 its slower speed, and you saw how I could just slow it down to have a look at how the fibre. So this one we modified so you could run it a lot slower.
Yeah.
And this is from '95 too. So this is a modern home. And then the front of that machine, this is a Jan 4, this is a Jan 4. Out the back, the deherrers, we built those ourselves, and we're building this down now. That we're doing ourselves. Totally different concept. Hopefully it works. One out the back. There's another out the back which we build ourselves. So it's a mixture of machinery we build ourselves and French machinery.
That's awesome.
I like their machine.
You like the machine?
The NSC Schlumberger.
Yeah.
Now we're running over time. Someone else will be.
Oh, sorry.
No, you guys are the last one for today.
Oh, okay. Now Charles is big. He loves his comb. He loves it. Look. Here we go. You're going to get told how magnificent it is.
This
is magnificent.
And if you look at these gears, see how they're off centre. See how that gear shaft is not in the centre. It's off to one side.
Yeah.
And there's 3 of them. So as this goes around, these 3 gears accelerate the rotating part. So the rotating part actually doesn't run at a constant speed. There's a 4-to-1 ratio in the speed as it rotates. So what happens is it slows down for the combing process and it whizzes around so all that gearing is so that the combing process is a little bit slower than the actual getting it around ready for the next combing. And all that's done with these off-center gears. And then if you look at it, it's built like a brick shit house. That's, it's just as, And that's why this machine, it'll be around in another 30 years if we look after it.
It'll be around for a long time.
Yeah, and if you look at it, we do maintain it sort of nicely degrees stuff. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you both giving us your time today and giving us this amazing tour of your it's a factory. It's not a workshop. It's a factory. Of just everything that you do to make beautiful, soft, fluffy yarn involves so much heavy-duty machinery. It's kind of funny. Yeah.
Well, Trish likes the fibre.
Yes.
Well,
She's very fussy, Very hard to control with. Quality, I do say.
Well, thank you so much for spending time with us today. We really appreciate it. But it is time for us to end our live stream off for today.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Trish. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Danielle, did you want to pop in and say goodbye to everybody?
Yep.
There we go.
Hello,
hey, Danielle.
Everyone. Wow, what a day. Everyone say a big round of applause to Chantel. She has been talking for 4 hours straight, I think. She definitely deserves a medal.
A T2 sponsor right now.
So I'm really, thank you everyone who joined in today. Of course, this is just day 1. We've got loads more fun coming tomorrow. Check out our page, thebigwoolshow.com/speakers. I have put up the who's coming to talk to us tomorrow, Sunday and Monday as well. So yeah, I'm so excited to see you all again tomorrow. Of course, you can continue to watch our interviews that are available just underneath the live stream on our website. So make sure you check those out. And of course, keep shopping. I have seen a lot of people posting on Instagram that, you know, some people have sold out of some products already. So make sure if you're thinking about buying something, if it's in your shopping basket and you haven't clicked buy yet, make sure you click that button because it may not be there by the time you get back. I feel like it's just like at Bendigo, this happens as well.
It does.
So there's like
really
a mad. Yeah.
Everyone who comes on Saturday gets annoyed because people shopped on Friday.
Exactly. But 100%, there's heaps to check out. One of my favorites is by Corolla Down Under. Really recommend you check out her stuff. She's dyeing on Australian-made yarn. She's got yarn from Cloverleaf Corriedale stud, and she's doing botanical dyeing, which is really special. So she's got some beautiful colours. So make sure you go check her out. And big thank you, Chantel. You're amazing.
No worries.
And thank you to everyone who watched and everyone who joined, all our speakers today. It's been really, really fun. And we'll catch you all tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. See you all then. Bye.
Bye.